Alrighty. Yeah. Trying to resist playing some more Dark Deity 2. So we'll use the old fallback. Search for happiness, man. You'll do. That lets us buy Chicago. Even better, this guy now. But first we should build our track. Pity we don't get those last couple of houses, but what are you going to do? Such is the cost of a simple straight line. Turn off our dividends. Flaw of the plan is that you have to own Chicago. Also, Sergeant Cookie, you should be over the moon. Did you see they're making a new, for the Switch 2, a new version of your blind girl hand-holding simulator? Surely you've rejoiced. 4 and 2, yes. Let's go. You're not going to buy one, so it doesn't help you. It might not be a console exclusive forever. Maybe? Okay, we do need water. That's about perfect. Do we want to buy up Atlanta Southern? If we're going to do it, we should do it now. So, what do we got? We got milk. Do we actually have any nearby milk that can be produced? Yes, there is some near-ish by milk. So we could make one here that yoinks to there, and then deliver food to Chicago. Like that. There's also a lot of cow. Is there any cow processing? Not nearby. On the other side of Lake Michigan. I don't really want to haul things around Lake Michigan. It's okay, I'm just poking fun. But I saw it and I thought, oh god, no. At least there will be some people that are looking forwards to it, like Sergeant Cookie. Do we actually do that? I feel like the food one would be better. Because we could go grain to cows to food to both of them. Like that. So no, we'll save up to do the food. Probably out of mail to deliver, pretty much. Can't quite afford the roundhouse. Once these deliver, maybe. Now we could start charging up the grain there. So that when we do build this one and this one, there's lots of grain to deliver to the cows. The AI building to Old Topeka is a bit of a pain in the backside because we wanted to build Wichita Bonterey a bit later and use this to do food. Okay, good. Now the only other thing that needs building is this side's hotel. Done. Check that there isn't a better... No, there isn't. Guy to swap into. And we should decide if we're selling off Atlanta Southern. I'm going to say yes to invest in ourselves more. %12 loans. I think we can wait a little bit longer. Prove that we deserve cheaper loans. Purchase the prairie access. And check out if there's a better advisor. There is fuel cost, man. We should purchase him before the end of the year, really. We should build this station and this station before we do so. Alright. 10% I can live with. Now, do you want this before the turn or after the turn? We should probably put it after the turn. And is there wood timber nearby so that we can get use out of that upper... I mean, there's a little, and it's not too far away. But I don't think I'd yoink that down to here. That's too much effort. So... we unfortunately need a big station. Sure I'm never gonna go grab that? Nah, if we go grab that later, I can just upgrade this station. Tiny station for now. It will need water. This can have its grain silo. And so the new loop is grain to the cattle ranches, to the meat packing plant, and bring that food back to Chicago. Go. Beautiful straight sections of track. The only little bit of trouble is that we will need to double there so that these guys don't run into each other as much. Beautiful. Own this whole vertical structure. Grain to cow to meat processing. Does have to slow down a little bit on the turns. But most of the course is purely straight. This will want a customs house. And we will want to buy the 2 cow. Cow farms. Good money. Some money. Some money. Good money. And you can even grab 2 grain. Okay. Next, before this guy expands down to here ahead of me, we want to do that. Also, I forgot to grab Fuel Man. And the AI has grabbed a better Fuel Man, which is soul crushing. How are we going to do this? Yuck. Nope. What about here? It does mean having a turn, which is not ideal. But I don't think we can get around having that turn. Yeah, so it's just a question of where do we want it. Would that go straight down into Wichita from there? Sadly, no. One square over. Alright. Loan up. Let's do this expansion. It's also a bit sad that that doesn't get that. But there's no way of getting that and the house, right? Yeah, I can't have the farm and the house, and I'd rather have the house. That's about as good as it's going to get. Build the station. It needs everything. So does the other end. Very good. And then we abandon cheaper station man. The cheaper fuel man. Because cheaper station man makes building track more expensive. And we are about to build like $1 million worth of track if we still had him. So do we want the turn there? No, I think we want the turn at the other side, don't we? We want the turn like that. Do we, though? The benefits of this are longer straight, which is longer period of high speed. The benefit of the other one is going closer to... Good job, Moobot. Getting closer to that distillery. How much do I care about the distillery? Yeah, enough that I will accept this being midway, I think. So that way. Then we could have big station in the middle. It all depends on how we want to do this. I'm inclined to go like little station, little station. Those can become alcohol. And that this and that can become food. Definitely did build it in the right place. 1, 2, 3. They almost got 4 pairs of houses out of that. And there are chemicals over here, so we could in theory do chemicals to fertilizer as well. Sucks that that can't be a straight line. Well, could it? Am I willing to delete that one farm? Then this could be a straight line. Instead of turn, turn, turn. Yeah. We'll need a water midway along, and then we need to actually have some trains. Ouch, expensive loans. You know what? You can be the passenger one. And this can be the mail and troops one. Alright. Add in that one. You need your grain silo, so does this one. And as soon as we have the cash for another train, it's grain, grain, food, Bonterey. These turns are hurting the speed a little bit, but such is the spawn that we got. If only they could be as fast and efficient as the Chicago-Milwaukee. Hail decoy. Yeah, I'm having an okay enough day. It's tough to find a way to not play some more Dark Deity, but we're managing. Okay, and then the food one, which was grain, grain, food here. I need another good game to release, is what I really need. Just remember it doesn't have any trains, it only has boats. Okay, then let's add in these ones to start gathering up the sugar. And then do we make a separate station for that, or do we continue up here and then have it merge back? The main dungeon is a massive train station. But are there actually trains? There is something to be said for keeping it separate. We wouldn't even be duplicating that much track. You can even use the train. Right, we'd only be duplicating that little bit of track. No, I think we do that. But that probably means I should change how we've done this. There. And then we need a bigger station for you. Okay. Wait. We have the money. We can make our first. A crisis involving dinosaurs that isn't Dino Crisis. Turok 64. Oh. I have not. Well, I might have played it long ago briefly, but I didn't play much of it. Decoy. Turok 2 Seeds of Evil for the 64. So noted. Apparently been out-earned. May it be less painfully zoomy than Micro Machines. Why they thought that level of zoom was good. There's no passengers. You have better memories of this than Micro Machines. Okay, we can make our alcohol one. So, sugar, sugar, alcohol here. And then we'll see if we saturate that, we'll make it do alcohol back to Wichita as well. Actually, you know what? Let's assume that it will saturate. So do both. Close enough. Next time you can have 2 mail. I'm not having you unload when you're already loading. Now, are you going to finish turning here before this one runs into you? Hail, Dutchy. Surely you should want a cab tycoon too. Maybe a crazy taxi dictator. You must have a fair few points to spend, Dutchie. Chicago is perfect. Wichita needs more and more. Two. Okay, and that's enough to start paying off our horrendous loans. %10 interest rates. Monterey wants 2 and 3. You want 3 and 2. Pay off the next hideous loan. There are 2 more to do. There's more grain here than I would have expected. But I don't think it's enough to justify a second permanent train. If we added in this and this, then maybe. That could have its own train. This grain, then that sugar, turn them into donuts, bring them back to Wichita, assuming the AI hasn't subsumed them to elsewhere. We don't really need that one anymore. It's just costing station fees. There we go, my net worth is caught up. And then how did that alcohol shipment go? Alcohol is still pretty high in demand. It's above average. 5 out of 9. No mail, only troops. Let you do that one. And then the other one is going to become this pair. So, needs a station. Needs a grain silo. We need one that picks up this. That needs a grain silo. But we're too poor, so we wait. This is in conflict with the food, but it also lets this one pass at nice high speed. And then a loop back. Beautiful. Build it its grain silo. Which means the first one has a new sequence. It goes 3 here. There. Actually, should probably be more like 2 and 6. Or 4 and 6? 4 and 6. There. And you aren't going to that at the moment, you're going to... Monterey. Don't turn around. Okay. We should buy the distillery. And this bakery. Wichita's troops want their alcohol. Done. Beautiful. Pay off hideous loan. This first trip can be extra big because it's got the initial saved up amount, but after that it probably is 4v6 on the ratio of this to this. Distillery making money. Bakery making money. We should buy that and those 2 farms. But we aren't using enough of this sugar. I could add in a station here. And then maybe we could justify delivering Monterey, Wichita, Jefferson, and Old Topeka, all alcohol. And so we could have 2 trains doing these sugars. Probably like a 2-to-1 ratio. Yeah, and that is producing enough grain, so we're happy with that. You've had a breakdown, but you aren't in the way of anything at the moment. The breakdown might even be finished by the time this is about to hit you. So, 3 sticks there, here. 3 sticks there, here. Oh, come on. Tiniest amount of money short. There we go. And that means that you now go that, alcohol, Wichita. That, alcohol, Old Topeka. There. We need to create a loop back there, but otherwise we're happy. And I guess here... Oh my god, that is disgusting. Blah, 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 blah. AI making horrendous zigzaggy track. That does mean that we need to double this and this. At least my track was first, so I have priority here when we come into conflict. And arguably, I should do that. Yuck. And it's kind of looking like we could have a second train here. One that does Milwaukee. No, probably just a second Chicago. Chicago's not being suppressed enough, and that means I don't have to build a bridge. So we needed that little bit of track doubled. We needed a link back here. Kind of disgusting that that is empty, but what are you going to do? So 2, 6, food, Chicago. And then we need to double this section of track. Good money, decent money, fantastic money, and it's only about to get better. Lovely. You could argue that you deserve telephone poles. That you deserve telephone poles. That you deserve telephone poles, and that the bakery deserves telephone poles. Which it's already got, so fine. It also deserves a customs house. Gotta check the passports of all the foreign sugar. I don't know what you think you're doing, silly train. Try again. Close enough. Okay. I'm now using enough of these sugars that we can justify buying these sugar farms. Sneaky, clever girl. The AI is using the diagonal little exploit so that their train doesn't actually conflict with mine there. So because it's a grid, and these two technically don't overlap, this diagonal and this diagonal don't overlap, trains can simultaneously run over the top of each other there. Whereas if you try to do, say, this diagonal and this diagonal, because they're both in that square, they will intersect with each other and one of the trains will have to stop to let the other pass. Okay, pay off loan. Oi, that's my track. I should have preference. Not him. The Ozark Union thanks us for ending their famine. But with regards to the $250,000 bonus, well, they can't afford to pay us. In other words, they owe you, the Ozark Union. I can wait one more year. See if the global economy picks up and we can get cheaper loans. What we will do is investigate how profitable these businesses are and ignore the gun-toting Americans robbing our train. This one takes longer than I thought it would. But there's no way it can be a single train. So maybe just say make it 6 and 6 here, however many there are. Two loans left. Okay, here we go. They have to wait for me. No mail, but if there's no mail, there's no mail. We are so far ahead of the curve here. There is probably a good justification for building you. And making the new train do 50, or maybe the old train? We'll make the old train do 50-50. Go. Because otherwise we're trying to get more out of these two cattle farms than they can provide. Down to one loan. Down to no loans. And the loans are now cheaper if we want them. So, do we expand, and if so, where? Winnipeg has double troops. Quebec has a single, and Quebec actually has the ability to make donuts. There's a little bit of local grain that could be used for that. Thunder Bay has its usual export demand. Fargo does both kinds of food. And there are so many food farms here. I think we try set up Thunder Bay Fargo first. Okay. Is there a cheaper... Yeah, I'm probably not going to do much better than this guy. So, Plains Federation, Western Provinces... We can even get everything without diverting off that line there, which is lovely. Less lovely is that iron is in the wrong place. What are we going to do about that? And how are we going to get Winnipeg connected? Because Winnipeg is a bit ugly. That's not so bad. I think we just blow up that one farm. And we accept that we're one tile off of the coast here. Assuming that it still grabs the port. It means sacrificing one house. Ooh, which is important because that gets it to be 4 pairs of houses. Doesn't it? Yeah, and I want the 4 pairs of housing. So we're going to have to live with a zigzag. to go around that iron, and that wood. Or else I'd have to blow all of them up. I could blow all of them up. It's not that expensive. And it would give us that wood processing. So if we take the zigzag path, we have a single tile zigzag. Slowing down the cross-continental line. And if we blow it up, it gets to be straight, but it costs us a fair bit of upfront money. I'd rather just blow it up. If I don't blow it up, I have to blow up that farm anyway. So we can easily do that one later, but for now we want Fargo. It's slightly awkward about that cattle farm there. What did I think of the Pokemon Stardew Valley game? It's cute. I wasn't in love with the crafting system, but I have a somewhat low tolerance for those sorts of things. I do like the idea of the the grinding enemy monsters not just being for experience, it's for their component parts. You organ harvest them. But it took too long to get any useful recipes in that system. Like, we played for 5 or 6 hours something, and we had so few recipes to use the parts that we were organ harvesting that it just didn't feel... I wasn't feeling it to be enjoyable. If you've got more patience to wait for yourself to unlock more of those recipes than I have, and if you have more patience for chop wood, carry water, Stardew-esque grinding than I do. You know, if I want to chop wood, carry water, do farm stuff, there's chickens not even 6 feet from me. I can go do stuff here. But if you find that enjoyable rather than too much like the real life right next to you, you'd probably have a better time with that. I think it's a fine game, but it's not a me game. I don't think it's bad. Do I blow up you? If I don't blow up you, it's going to be too hard to deliver grain here. So as much as it pains us, we blow up that cattle yard. This needs everything. And then somewhere in the middle, we will need something that does water. Tempting to put it way too close to that end so that we can get the, Does that answer your question, Dawn Treader? Do you have any other questions? Some of the mons seemed a bit derivative as well. Firestarter was clearly a mix between Charmander and what's the wolf Digimon starter? Gazimon? No. But whatever the wolf starter is for Gen 1 Digimon, he was clearly a mix between Charmander and that. Some of them aren't ultra original. Agumon. Thank you, Dutchy. Clearly well, I'm gonna blame Brelix here, because we dictated multiple Digimon games and he hasn't played them for me. So it's clearly Brelix's fault that I don't know. I choose to blame Brelix. Pity that we can't get all of those stations conveniently, all of those in one single... I can get 3. I can also get 3 there. Yeah, I like the 3 here. Agumon is the red dinosaur. I want the sort of blue and white wolf that starts with a horn and then he unevolves his horn for some reason, which never made sense for me. Okay, so there. That goes to here. Across. Medium station. Actually, it needs to be on the other side. So I made a mistake there. Gabumon! But I also need to know if you can do it whilst that's there. And you can. Lovely. This one can be a medium station. And we're done. So eventually we can connect up to Winnipeg as well, and it can go grain. This grain to this cattle, and pick up some more grain. That comes to here. That grain feeds this cattle, pick up the rest of the cattle. Those go to Winnipeg and get processed into hamburgers. Yeah. I mean, I know which one I mean, but I don't know its name. I don't remember its name. There's the green plant thing. There's the little hamster with wings on its head. There's dinosaur. There's the Hercules beetle. And... is that it? There was another girl. What did the second girl have? One of the girls had a plant, and the other one... I'm forgetting one. No, the angel was the boy. The angel was blonde, tall boy. Older brother boy. No. She had the bird. Pink bird girl. There we go. Pink bird girl. Yeah, that was the plant thing, but there was other girl who I was forgetting with pink bird thing. Okay, we need some trains for this new line. So, food, export to the world market. American donuts for all. go. And then do we set up this one as well? Yes, once we have the money. Because I don't think this alone will saturate Thunder Bay's food demand. There was also a kitten? I don't remember a kitten. Oh, there's Little. Yeah, no, that girl is completely forgettable. I had forgotten Little girl. I only remembered the two adult girls. Kitten is cute, but that girl is forgettable. Sorry, little girl, you're forgettable. Get a better character. Oh god. No, let's do a load of these. Even though they're not profitable long term. It's been a while. It wouldn't have been a while if Brelix had played his Digimon game. Grumble, 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 grumble. Okay, you grab those, bring them to here, take them to Fargo. I'm sure I would have remembered them all then. This needs its grain silo. This needs its grain silo. You need yours. And then we need to connect over to Winnipeg. This needs its own water. At least it's not getting in the way of anyone else. Means you need your own water. Look at that. $500,000 in donuts to the world market. Beautiful. Means we can extend across to Winnipeg. Give Winnipeg everything. This is actually producing grain a bit faster than I thought it would. So maybe we have the cattle do this. It's a shame it got destroyed by the overwhelming success of the Superior series. But there's space for both. We could have both series be good. In another world... Okay. Apparently there wasn't enough space for both. Force them to wait. So, how are we going to do it though? Because the ratio is 1 is to 5. Or 2 is to 5, which is really awkward to do. You know what we could do? We could do 1 is to 1 and 3. And then have a second one that does 2 and 3. And then that ratio is now correct. It's now 2 is to 5. The only thing is that now this isn't useful. The games were weird and you had to spreadsheet for their evolutions. Evolving in the Digimon games is often... It's often a lot more complex than the Pokemon ones, yeah. Turn right around. You can be a full set of people to Thunder Bay. And then let's see if we can extend over to Hurst and get that express to happen. Well, there's one side of it. How expensive is extending to Hurst? About $1 million. I need to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, this is actually really neat. It will mean that we need to buy that meat packing plant. And apparently that this now needs a customs house. As does you. There's the $1 million we need to get to Hurst. Sold! So... you stick to that, but it's the other one. Now goes to Hurst instead. Very good. We need to give Hurst all its upgrades. Cows are having their passports checked. Although you actually do have to be careful in the real world with moving cows around here because the cows can have foot and mouth disease. No, sorry, mad cow disease. So cows moving across these borders actually do need their passports checked. It sounds like a joke, but it's legitimate. Give this its everything. Okay. Then... We now need to use this grain again. So, grain here, food, grain here, first. The first one is a very short delivery, and we probably abandon doing it once we've connected to the other side of Quebec, and instead yoink the food from side to side across the map, but for now it's okay. World market's doing well, even cheaper global loans. Now, do I want to create a little station here and have a little prairie running just the wood to you? Probably yes. Especially if we give you a roundhouse. So, logs here, do. But you are lower priority, so everyone can run over the top of you. Hail, Alex. G'day, g'day, welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely day, mate. This iron could come up to here. Is there closer iron? There is closer iron to exploit for this, though. Like... that. Another little efficiency prairie. 1, 2, 2, 4. Done. You are lower priority than the big express trains, otherwise we're happy for you to exist. Then we're going to want to buy the steel mill and these 2 iron mines at the start of next year. And it was this bakery. A full set of exclusively male. Drop back to a more regular ratio. Buy that steel mill and the 2 iron mines. He's about to catch up on those. Bloody moth. Apparently this needs to be a bit bigger, so we'll do 4 and 4. Good. That looks fine. Then what? We should probably just save up and connect over to Stagathemon and New Quebec. You played this on the PlayStation? I have never played this on the PlayStation. It intrigues me to think that people did play this on the PlayStation first. I definitely played this as a PC game. Does it control terribly? I'm so interested. Because it doesn't... It feels like it really wants to be a mouse game, not a D-pad game. I guess maybe if it had the analog stick support? But a lot of the PlayStation 1 games assumed that you didn't have the fancier controllers. What is the blessed class for Gwen? In the base run-through, I would say probably either of the, like, the heavy swordsman or the luck scythe axe classes are fine. The bow class doesn't really make a lot of sense for her in terms of then she doesn't get good use out of her personal. And the thief class is too squishy, considering that you game over if she gets killed. Even in the non-super hard difficulties where other people are allowed to get knocked out for a map, if she gets knocked out, it is game over. As she is the MC, she has to have her main character plot armor. So I don't think that class makes a lot of sense for her. The archer class doesn't make sense because of not making good use of her personal skill. The other two I think are fine. She has enough mastery for the, especially for the upgraded axe class to work really well, because she can blink around the map really good. You can use her for the relatively low risk gathering treasures quickly with blink. Okay. This is all now happy. And we have enough saved up wood here that we could think about having a wood delivery train. Wood isn't high value enough to justify moving a long distance. So we don't move it to the other side of the map, only within this sort of little local third. Who are you liking the most, Dawn Treader? In my first playthrough, I probably would have said I enjoyed Saxon the most. With his, I just cannot be hit. Saxon the Invulnerable. Even if now I've come around to the Thunder Mage being better. Because you are invulnerable by virtue of thunderbolting the enemy to death from across the map. Good, that's caught up. You like Pikachu Boy as well, Saxon? Revenue is good. I need to own more of our company. And we've got to purchase access to Quebec. Have you made him Frost Axe, Punchy Punch, or Thunder Thunder? Buy the access to Quebec. And connect across. Thunder, thunder. Chain lightning is really, really good when you can actually get it to connect to multiple people. But once you get the advanced one, the thunder from across the map one, it's easy to tunnel vision on that. Okay. We have one of the cross-map connections. Which means we can make a cross-map food delivery. Seeing as we weren't using all this grain, that fixes not making good use of it somewhat. You, Fargos, to Gathdamon. Is there local milk? There is local milk. How are we going to connect? We're going to bother crossing the river so that we don't have to go around? No, crossing the river is big and expensive. I think we go this way. And that's probably just on the edge of far enough that it needs its own water tower. Okay. Prairies, we're going to want 2 of them, which is slightly excessive. But there's no way that 1 will do enough. I don't think. And that means that this guy on the way back can actually deliver food to Fargo. Enough that we're willing to wait for it? Enough that we are willing to wait for it. Get that second milk train going. Alright. This still needs its everything. And now we can build its cross-country express. So, Thunder Bay... You have seen your last delivery to Winnipeg. Turn around and head to Stegathdamon. Beautiful. Big cross-country express there. Then we just need to connect to Quebec, and we can get the Winnipeg, Quebec expresses. Now, can this get everything I want here? Yes, we don't have to miss out on picking up the bakery. Perfect. We need $500,000 worth of track. That might be slightly too long to do without another water in the middle. Somewhere like there. Better to be safe than sorry. Not a big expense. There's the $500,000. No, it disappeared. Need to wait for another ding. No! You monstrous Canadian. You monstrous Canadian robbers. Robbing our big express train. Oh well, there's the money we need for this track. Track connected. Then we need the expresses and for you to have fully decked out buildings. There's the buildings. And then we want like 4 express trains. You know what? This one can become the first one. Because there's not enough saved up wood. Are there 2 troops here? There's 2 troops on this side and 1 on that side. So it's not worth doing dedicated troop, but it is worth mixing them in with the real stuff. There. After that's had some time to save up some more lumber, we can make that a thing again. Wait, which one exploded? This little guy. Well, at least he's cheap to replace. Make sure they know they're low priority. And start building the other direction. Latuke, Winnipeg. In the future, have the more normal ratio. Beautiful. Then we need food to Latuke. Also, the grain farm here died, so we don't get to do food back in the other direction, which is a bit sad. How are we going to do this food? Doing it here probably makes the most sense. there. So you get water here, you'll get water here again. Yeah, that should be plenty. So, sticks. And that lets us make use of the Fargo meat processing plant that otherwise we weren't using. So you do Latouk. We make a second one of you in about half a year. Excellent. You can make another one of you right away. Except that you need one extra male, one less passenger. Can probably be the same on both sides. And then what about another one starting this side? Yes. Except you need even less passenger at the moment. And there we go. That's those 4 expresses. That should take care of that end to end. You need your extra copy. So that's Latouk's food done. Well, Latouk, New Quebec. Degath Demon's food done. Past done. Fargo and Winnipeg. That's all done, 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 done. Now, do we set up some logs here so that we can deliver these to logs? Probably not. It's probably not worth it just for those 2. And I will want to buy this, but only next year. I think we can afford to have a third one of you. Third food delivery. Seeing as we aren't fully using this grain still. It's a little bit sad that it will come back somewhat empty. But we can use that to our advantage to do the iron that is otherwise not making its way to Haast. Make that steel mill even more profitable. Speaking of profitable, you should be good. And so should the dairy processor. And there are now enough saved up logs that we could turn back on log train. So log, Fargo, log, Winnipeg, log, Thunder Bay, log, Haast. And then the only thing to say there is we probably need slightly more timber delivery to keep up with that. So we'll make that, and one more timber delivery little train. Alright. Long-distance express train achieves full express status. You load a save when there's a robbery or a train crash. If it happens really early, like if you invest all of your money in one big line and a big train and that first one gets robbed, I can say I sometimes give in to that feeling and do it. But we're earning enough money on this map that we can live with the odd robbery. Start paying off our loans. Speed up. Pay off another loan. We're almost down to a single page. We did want to buy this cattle processing yard. Done. And then you. And you. I'm surprised that we are not using up all of that grain. So I guess I'll change that to be like that. And just hope that there's always enough cattle to keep up. And it does look like it. It looks like we're underusing the cattle slightly. But that should use these two grains better. Although... At least waste for half there. And I feel a bit better about that. Or do we just use that grain separate to that? Actually, yeah, go back to the 100% accurate math loop, and we'll just use up some of this initial grain somehow else. So what could we do? We could change the one that was doing here to no longer do... only do Hast. We could add in a Matagami. We could even almost get away with it being a small station, but not quite. And that feels a bit stupid, but it's my fault for not checking beforehand. You will need water. And a customs. So you now do Hast and Matagami. Spreads their desire a bit better, rather than overwhelming one. And we were going to grab these and use that to now do Winnipeg. There. Speed up. No more lines. And then do we buy back our own stock? Or do we continue expanding? Is there some easy oil money to be made here? There usually is. There's a little bit of easy oil money to be made. What about iron and coal over here? Oh, that's the easiest money you'll ever make. So let's buy access to the new American Union. Absolutely teeny tiny line. It moved. Grumble, grumble. There we go. Ta-da, a little efficiency prairie. Grab 2 and 2, turn them into steel. It will need all of the maintenance stuff. And then we buy these, and we buy the steel mill. What do we do with the steel? You turn straight around, seeing as you've been robbed right at the start. What do we do with this steel? We could bring it over to Detroit to turn into cars and goods. Chicago would like cars, and it would like goods, so there's something to be said for that. Otherwise, the steel's going to go unused. Was there any other really easy to do coal and iron here? Yes, but it looks like the AI is already doing that one. So what about that oil again? And will anywhere actually eat the diesel? You. No, that's slightly too awkward. I'm not in love with that. What about Des Moines, Des Moines, to Minneapolis? There's some potential for trade back and forth and doing alcohol as well. And there's a fair bit of cotton here that we could take up to Linkomaha. Turn into goods to take to Wichita and Monterey. But this area is also already clogged enough doing the food and alcohol. So, no. Is there the possibility of doing it near here? The tiniest bit. I also have to yoink these across. Not sold on yoinking those across. I'm more likely to do this teeny tiny oil one. Did you know that the armor of choice for thieves was chainmail? After all, it was made of steel? No sterner stuff? It's a wonder that thieves would want chainmail. I always imagine thieves in leather armor, but maybe that's just a very sort of D&D modern mentality. Because you think chainmail, you think clinky, 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 clinky. Yeah, leather armor is made of hide. That's an excellent one. That's a fantastic pun. We can pretty easily do this to here. Export some American boigers. You're taking psychic damage from those puns. It's a bit sad that we have to do big station. Well, no, I can get away with medium station. And then mall station. Beautiful. So these cows to here, and then take them to Detroit, or sorry, Toledo, to be exported to the world market. The AI might try and eat some of it, so we're actually going to build the telephone poles here, so they can load and unload faster than the AI. Does this need to be a big expensive train, or can it be a little efficiency train? I think there's too many corners here. It does need to be a big expensive train. Go. Be careful around mages who carry skillets. They have cast iron. Badum bum tsk. Okay, that means we want to buy you and you and you. If I made you big, would you reach the goods thing? Maybe. But I don't think it would, so no. This will make money next year. This will make money this year. Where else can we have a little profit generating something? More oil? That one's easy enough to do. It's a pity there's no oil use down here. Oh wow, that actually looks really neat there. Hugs the coast perfectly. One sec, sorry. No, there's nothing too nice there. What about oil up here? Nope, there is none. If I want to do another oil, it would have to be here to down here. I don't feel like this is overly busy. So I could live with that. Can we get them both in a single station? Yeah, and then that's the final nail in the coffin. We can get them both in a single station. Hard to justify not doing then. It's a pity that this doesn't touch that now, but oh well. The neat thing is that we can deliver it to both of these, and so not oversupply one. It also means that this gets to be the water source for both of them. This is also going to need to be a big train. Oil is pretty bloody heavy. So it's oil there, oil there. Go. This needs it's allowed to pick up oil late, and its own water. And then this will want a full set of maintenance. Okay. Buy both of these. Work out what else we can do. There's a fair bit of produce here. And there is a peach canning factory. So these two to that seems pretty easy. Lovely. Refrigerator on this end. Maintenance on the other. That can be a little efficiency prairie. And produce lasts long enough that we can wait for a whole set of 4. And then I need to buy these and this. Speed up. See if the AI has dumped cheaper fuel man. They have not. They are holding on to him for dear life, knowing that if they sold him off, I would buy him up. This can now do paper here, so we should add in paper. How are we going to do it? We're going to go... You come back here. You now grab 2 and 1. Sell only demanded cargoes, and continue with the pulpwood up to Thunder Bay. Yes. And then do we have a separate one that just runs there to there? That seems a little excessive. You could probably do Hast here, there, here, and still feel reasonable. Wait for this to save up 6 paper, and we can start delivering paper. It did make money. Even if you account for those having some startup losses. That made money. That made spectacular money. Yep, that's making good money. Oh wow, that even produces extra now. That changes the ratio on... Not that one, but the other one. This one. It should now be 4:2. Well, we can do 6:3. If it's doing 6, though... Well, no, because it's doing 3 on this lip. The 6 is going to be slow and horrible there to there, but this is going to be okay. We'll want to buy the paper mill. Ooh, the AI likes our wood processing. Good, good, very good. Good. That's become profitable. What about these ones? Yes. Yes, and very yes. And these oils. Very yes. Good. Buy back some stock. It's below nominal price. Worth doing. That is working to drain all of that grain now. I don't really want to leverage myself too much more, but I'll go up to 200k. We can add in this one that we spoke of earlier. Never got round to doing. Milk to here. And the coal can go to the power plant. This end can be the maintenance. That's going to want a customs house. And this will be busy enough that it's worth having double tracks to there. 3 little prairies. 1 doing the coal. 2 doing the milk. There we go. End of this year we buy up those. Could also do this little one. Certainly not hard to add in there. Cheap, quick, easy. 1 sec, sorry. Don't know why I'm so coffee today. Okay. You. We'll need all the maintenance. And that now kind of means that we should double this track. Make these instead deliver to Milwaukee, not Chicago anymore. Because Chicago is now going to get its food from this milk to a significant extent. And that means we need a milk food delivery to Chicago. Okay. I want to buy you, and you, and you, and you. Inflate the stock price. Inflate the stock price. Speed up. Start delivering that paper. So where actually wants paper? You want paper. You want paper. Hast does not. Stagathemon does. Latouk does. Paper is valuable enough to be worth delivering across the country where the lumber isn't. Buy back some more stock, even if it means taking some company loans. That's actually getting worrying. I'm gonna have to take some more loans, buy back some more stock. The other AIs are trying to bankrupt me by short selling our company. Huge $1 million donut delivery to Winnipeg. I own 4/7 of the company. Buy back some more. Now it's more like 4/6. I should buy these two. They don't make spectacular money, but they do make money. See if these improve from technically not being profitable. Yes. And this is the last year, I think. Yes. We need to win by the end of this year. How are we looking? Well, we're a little bit short. Let's make a save. I was going to say, let's make a save in case the market decides to crash, but market continues to grow, so we should be safe. Speed up. G'day, Amel. Any other big deliveries going to come in before the end of the year? That one. That Latouk food. Nearly $1 million in hamburger deliveries. Okay, December is upon us. It's time to buy back so much stock that the share price absolutely skyrockets and I'm very rich. personally. There we go, net worth 32 mil. We only needed 25. So we exceeded expectations, even for the gold. A brave new America has you to thank for so glorious a railway system. You pulled some people out of the fire and put a match to others. All in 20 years' work. 20 golden years, that is. Alright. But enough of that, man.
It looks like you're beginning to secure a foothold on a new empire.
Winter is
I
coming.
hear there's a new bounty on the horizon.
Yeah, the days are starting to get shorter here, Tauren. I definitely noticed that tonight sunset was earlier than I'm used to it being at the moment. Now, do we do more of this? What do we do next?
Look over to your right there.
Well, for one, we stop him complaining at us. So I'm honestly not sure what to do or what to play now. I definitely felt like playing some of this. Love me my wolves emotes. Nom and money. But anyway, what do you think we should do, chat? Should we start another Dark Deity randomizer run? Should we play some other nostalgia game? I could be sold on various things. Do another map of this. I'll let you guys think and provide some feedback while I go refill my drink and use the restroom. Be back shortly. Have I heard of 9 Kings? I think I had. And that came up just after I did a whole bunch of other demos. Like a little while ago. We did the whole bunch of demos with overlooting and He Is Coming and whatnot. And that came out like just after I did those demos. maybe we do that in the future. Can add it to the demo's to-do list. And you can hear the it's downloaded to do on a demo day. Oh, and I am back. We don't need the BRB. But what do we do? Here's... No. I was wondering if maybe Darth Air was around. Neither is Shadow, so I don't have an excuse to do that one. You know what? We'll check out new point and click. So goodbye, beloved Railroad Tycoon. Hello, new point and click. Give me a second to hopefully... Oh my god, that is the least useful windowed mode. Windowed mode without resolution selection, but whatever. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Alright. And then we change scene to here, and we tell the game to capture. Well, it's been a while since the, last... Please capture? It's been a while since the last Senior Detectives, and... we still haven't organised the date of the next one, so I am feeling some point-and-click urges. Doesn't want to capture. Can we do it the other way? We can always do it the really, really forced way. Let me try one more first, though. So... no, I'm going to be forced to do it the really, really painful way. Fair enough. Okay, and then... is it really not a... it's really a weird resolution? No, we're just chopping off the bottom is the answer. There we go. That'll have to do because it's a pain in the ass to capture. Why things don't have built-in resolution selects, but whatever. Okay. Hello and welcome to The Blobber Plays Rosewater, a newly released point-and-click adventure game. Check it out. Ooh, those sounds are a bit painful. Oh, train, immediate 10 out of 10 game.
Ordered the 743 from Pierre Lorraine for Rosewater, Western Vespuccia. No baggage to speak of, in the literal or
Whoa, let's lower that volume.
metaphorical sense. Just a little hope. And that doesn't take up much space. Much has been said about the Western frontier. The perilous wilderness, the lawless towns, and the tough, hardened folk who make their way out there. Usually to get away from something worse. I suppose I'm about to become one of them myself. There's just one thing Rosewater's got that no place else has. An opportunity with my name on it. The thoughts in my head are running together like the landscape outside the window. Excitement and trepidation and boredom mixing like the scrub and rocks and soil into one long blur. One thing I know, I am ready for a change of scene.
A game by Francisco Gonzalez. Western Vespuccia, the town of Rosewater.
Huh. Quiet.
Howdy, ma'am. Allow me to extend the warmest of welcomes on behalf of the town of Rosewater and its inhabitants. Folks call me Jem. And who do I have the honor of greeting?
Harley Legere.
Delighted to make your acquaintance. Might I assist you with your luggage? That is, if you've got any.
I don't.
Ah, right. Well, what brings you to our fair town, Mrs. Legere?
Alright, can I finally modify the volume? No, I may not. I'm going to have to fiddle for a sec, because I made it quieter for you, but that didn't fix the fact that it's blowing out my ears. There we go. Okay, I'm here for a job, I'm just passing through, or that's none of your business. Let's not be rude.
And I'm here about a job.
Planning on sticking around, huh? Say, what line of work are you in?
If you must know, well, I write. There's an opening at the Rosewater Post.
Well, best of luck with that.
She's
The editor
Laura
at that
Bow,
place ain't somebody
an
you want to
aspiring
cross.
writer.
Then we ought to get along fine.
I'm sure you will. But as official town greeter, allow me to offer a small caution. Rosewater ain't always such a sleepy little town.
Oh, and
Hey,
just like Laura
Say,
Bow.
I've just remembered another engagement.
This how you welcome new arrivals? I have a mind to give you a thrashing. All right, enough of that. Look, I was no choir girl.
But I never got caught. And that I never cried so much as you, but I was never quite so dumb.
But I at least had some brains. Word of advice, kid. Don't pick your mark in broad daylight, especially not at a lawman's doorstep. Go on, beat it, or I really will give you something to cry about. Now, where in the ether is that damn publisher's office?
Walk, left click, double click to teleport. Inventory, I. Esc. Menu, and show objects, hold O. Or middle mouse button.
October 25th, 1850. Dear Miss Leger, thank you for submitting your sample. Your writing shows real potential. I'd like to extend an invitation to meet with me at the offices of the Rosewater Post and discuss the possibility of an extended commission. How soon can you arrive in town? I await your reply and look forward to making your acquaintance. Yours, Joan Gallagher.
Okay, it doesn't actually provide directions. Can we ask the sheriff where the post is?
Howdy, stranger. Fresh off the train?
Yes, sir.
Come on in then. Let's have a chat. I'm Sheriff Gamble.
Harley Leger.
Pleasure. Just passing through, or...
I'm here about a job.
Well now, that's refreshing. Few come to Rosewater these days with the intent of staying long. How are you finding our town?
Picturesque. The welcoming committee leaves
Can't say
it to
much
be
for the
desired.
welcoming committee.
Beg pardon?
I wasn't in your town but 2 minutes when I was accosted by a pair of gutter snipes. They should thank their lucky stars I was in a good mood.
I keep telling Jim to stop with that town greeter malarkey, but that boy's got a head harder than granite. I've been too soft. I ought to throw him in lockup until he gets his head on straight.
Trust me, that'll only make things worse. Besides, I don't think they've yet written a statute outlawing vexatiousness.
You've a forgiving nature, Miss Leger. Anyhow, welcome to Rosewater. If you run into any more trouble, come and see me.
These are quite prettily done floorboards for this sort of perspective. The walls are a bit more leaving texture to be desired, but the floor looks nice. And there could maybe be some more in the foreground here. They seem like they're awfully short rifle. Maybe those aren't rifles?
Impressive collection. Hey, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am?
What's the story with these guns?
Now these are standard issue repeaters. Pretty powerful rifles. Thankfully, I've yet to use one in the line of duty. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of these.
Okay. And what was the other button for that? Oh.
What a peculiar decoration. I wouldn't have figured the sheriff for a naturalist. Fancy yourself a lepidopterist?
Ha! Hardly. Picked that display up from a passing rag and bone man. But I like when the sun shines on their wings just so. Real thing of beauty.
A lawman with a license? Guess Rosewater isn't so uncivilized after all. Does this license mean you went to sheriff's school?
No, it means I was officially elected to the position by the people of this town. The paper is really just a formality.
Reminder, confiscated items to be placed in the box below. A plain leather bag. Wonder what's inside.
Alright.
Looks like a pretty rough sort.
And there's lockup, and there's 2 paintings.
Those are some stern-looking ladies. Not a bad view. Doesn't look too comfy, but I guess that's the point.
It looks like there's multiple turnaround. Yeah, there's multiple levels of angle. Anyway, can we ask you where the
Sheriff?
post office is?
What can I do you for?
A man in your position must have plenty to say about the town he serves.
Suppose that's true, but a stroll down Main will tell you most everything you need to know.
Anything of interest in the surrounding area?
Not really. The San Bernardo Valley don't offer much in the way of sightseeing. There's an army fort, Fort Beaumont, and an abandoned relic that used to be a laboratory. There's also an Indian village on the other side of the valley. But you'll want to steer clear. I've heard tell they can be real territorial. But all that's outside my jurisdiction. When you leave my town, you're taking your chances out there.
Just how long have you been the sheriff here anyway?
Oh, a couple years now. Like most everyone else, I came to Rosewater in '48 when we thought the hills were full of Orem. Except I stayed when it turned out they weren't.
You were a prospector?
Yep. But it turns out lawman was a more stable career.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
Alright. He sadly does not tell us, but it sounds like we're just meant to walk up and down Main Street, so...
Can't be a good sign when even the blacksmith goes out of business. No shoes for you, horsies. Soft drink crates. A sugary, fizzy way to beat the heat.
No horses?
Looks sturdy, but there's some rot creeping around the handles. The local sawbones. This is where all the sharp knives and strong drugs will be kept.
Okay, so there's a doctor, an abandoned blacksmith. Here's where we were supposed to be going.
Holy hell! Are you all right, mister? Don't you move. I'll fetch the doctor to have a look at you.
Oh, hello there. Don't think I've seen you around before.
I've just arrived today, but this isn't the time for formalities. There's an emergency.
How can I be of service?
Some poor fool's just fallen out a window.
At the Rosewater Post?
Yes. How did you...
Sounds like Joni's in a mood again. Let's go.
Sounds
Here he
like we
is,
might be
poor
entering
bastard.
a hostile
Oh,
work
dear.
environment.
Hello? Can you hear me? I'm Dr. Sedgwick. I'm here to help you. Can you move your legs? Spine seems intact. No obvious fractures of the arms or legs. That, I would say, is nothing short of a miracle. Right. He's in a bad way, but he'll live. I'll get him back to my clinic and patch him up. You are truly a good Samaritan, Mrs.
Leger. Miss. And it was nothing. If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment to keep.
Of course. God bless.
God bless, sir.
Hello, can I help you with something?
I'm here about the writing commission.
Ah, yes, you must be Miss Leger. I believe you and Joni exchanged some correspondence on the matter already, yes?
Yep, got the letter right here.
May I see it, please?
Inventory. Letter. Select. Use. Man.
Very good. Oh, one more thing. Joni's not one for formalities. First names will do.
Noted.
Go up those stairs and knock.
Thanks. What's your name?
Henry Dixon, ma'am. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
Autosaved. Nice to know.
That cabinet's better organized than I'll ever be. Cozy.
Anything else? Printing press?
Impressive piece of machinery. They seem to be pretty active around here. I hope that means steady work.
What is it? Can I ask about this? I don't understand.
Impressive piece of machinery.
No, I'm not allowed to ask about this. Oh well, upstairs.
Come in.
Hello, Joan. I'm Harley Leger.
Ah, yes. Nice to finally put a face to the name. Please, take a load off. Whiskey?
Bit early for me, but thanks all the same.
Sensible. I like that. I, however, have had a morning, so if you don't mind.
Not even sipping it.
For? Something about you seems familiar.
I don't believe so, no.
Well, let's get down to the meat and potatoes, shall we? If you're going to join our little family here, I'd like to know more about you.
Me? Well, I was born and raised in New Britannia. Got out, made my way west, and started writing. I saw your ad while I was up in Pierre. Thought a change of scenery would do me good.
Well, admittedly, Rosewater isn't as cosmopolitan as it used to be, but maybe you'll find it to your liking.
There hasn't been a dull moment since I stepped off the train.
Speaking of, your writing sample had me in stitches. Haven't spent much time in Lamplight City myself, but your descriptions of the toffs in Lyon, hilarious.
That piece was inspired by my last visit a few years ago, actually.
Oh? What brought that about?
I had some family affairs to take care of.
I had to go back and settle my late brother's affairs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it wasn't in connection with that awful business at the Lamplight City Expo.
Oh, no, it was before that.
The Expo disaster was a national tragedy, of course. But you know, I can't help remembering it as the week our paper sold more copies than it has before or since. Isn't that terrible? But enough about that. Let's get back to why we're here. I loved your sample, and I like you as well, Harley. So I'm going to go ahead and offer you a commission. I'll pay you 45 crowns for it. After that, we can talk about more regular opportunities.
Well, I'll be.
So, what's my assignment? A scathing commentary on Rosewater's decline? Or maybe a hard-hitting expose on the plight of the marginalized criminal youth?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. I want you to interview Gentleman Jake Ackerman.
Who?
Pull the other one. You've been living under a rock. He's a true Western legend. The Achilles of our times. We've got a real opportunity here. A star like that landing in our little town. I'd like something in the vein of your sample. Acerbic and mordant. But maybe not quite so acerbic.
So, a puff piece.
Good, you're paying attention. I want you to make Rosewater look good too. Show me a real frontier hero in a real frontier town.
Where can I find this Jake fellow?
He's taking rooms at the Jack of Diamonds just down the road. And his show is opening today at the Opera House. So he should be around for an interview. I don't know how you're situated here, but you're welcome to use the typewriter in the office.
I only write longhand, but I'd certainly be grateful for a quiet place to work.
Longhand. How charming. Now, if you have any questions before you go, by all means, ask.
What can you tell me about this place?
Any insight you can give me about the town?
It's a far cry from what it used to be. In a way, it's nice not having to hear the noise from the saloon at all hours, but, I don't know. Folk who moved on took some of the charm with them.
How did
I'm
you start
curious.
the paper?
How did the Rosewater Post get its start?
Well, my dad was a union man. He worked the printing press for the Allied Fall Creek Miners Cooperative. Pamphlets, labour news, that sort of thing. Then the mine owners brought the Blackburns in to bust the whole operation up. My dad was laid up for months and could never work again after. But we still had to eat, didn't we? I took all the equipment from the old shop and started printing up an early version of the Post just to bring a little money in. At first, it was all just community notices and advertisements from local stores. Over time, I got the hang of the whole journalism thing and turned it into a real newspaper.
All right. What about the man
who was
that
the
you
man
threw
that
out
went
the
out your
window?
window? Not another writer, I hope.
Oh, God, no. You're the only applicant we've had. Don't worry about him. Just a rabble-rouser with an axe to grind. Thought he could burst in here railing about my journalistic integrity. Most folks stick to writing letters to the editor. I tried to calm him down, but... well, it didn't go that way.
I see.
Okay.
What about the folks who stayed behind?
What about him?
They must be pretty stalwart to stick around when others didn't.
Or stubborn. Go on and meet him for yourself. Best draw your own conclusions.
Okay.
I'd best be on my way.
Right you are.
Puff piece.
Wait a minute.
What?
It's just come to me. I know why you look familiar.
Now that
You're
we're sold
Spitfire
out.
Harley.
Goodness. It's been a long time since anyone called me that.
I saw you fighting back in 26 at Wellesley Hall in the Chum. You took out a brute twice your size with a right hook. Pow! It was like watching David bring down Goliath.
I appreciate the kind words, but that was another life.
Maybe so, but for a 14-year-old kid fresh off the boat, it was pretty damn inspirational.
Thanks, Joan. Appreciate it.
Of course. And please call me Joni.
We used to be a fist fighter?
You support Leroy?
I'm a proud Labourite, sure. I'll admit he hasn't been my favourite PM. But the way things were going with Atwood and the Traitus, this place would have been swallowed up by an automated newspaper conglomerate. Labour Party gets me vote any day of the week.
Fair enough. The New Britannia Gazette. Keeping tabs on the competition?
Hardly. I kept that issue because they mentioned my paper.
Hey, that's Devil's Tooth. I passed it on the train right here.
Quite a sight, isn't it?
Nice typewriter.
A first. Good old Sheldon Model 4.
Fascinating device.
Isn't it just? To think, I can send messages from here to Bright Bay with the press of a lever.
What will they think of next?
You see, this is more of what I was expecting in the foreground. That we're looking through a bookshelf. That we didn't get in the other room.
That's quite a stick.
A
Shillelagh?
memento from my grandfather, back in County Donegal. Comes in handy now and again.
She literally shillelagh'd him?
Is this the first edition of the Rosewater Post?
Yep, March 30th, 1845. One of the best days of my life.
Okay, anything else? Nope, that's it.
See you later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there. Spitfire Harley, writing for my paper. Now don't that just beat all?
Excuse me?
How can I be of assistance?
Exactly who was that gentleman just took a tumble out your second-story window?
I haven't a clue. Devil of a fella. Just busted in here and went straight for Joni's office. He wouldn't be put off, but insisted on speaking with the editor immediately. Said he intended to lodge a complaint. Suppose Joni didn't take too kindly to his manner of lodging.
Been working here long, Mr. Dixon?
Oh, about 5 years. I was the first one Joni hired on shortly after launching the paper. Was a farmhand before that. Keeping books is much nicer than tending cow pens, let me tell you.
Those are some mighty fine whiskers you've got.
Oh, why, thank you, Miss Leger. The missus tells me I ought to shave, but I'm fond of the look.
As you should be. What's to know about this town?
You picked a fine time to arrive, Miss Leger.
Why's that?
A few years back, you could hardly drive a wagon through the street. It was so full of folk coming and going. I'm sure you've noticed that's no longer the case.
So where did everyone go?
Wherever the Orem actually is would be my guess. There's still some prospectors hanging on, convinced they'll find something everyone else missed. I'm sure they'll all come to their senses eventually.
If they all go, where will that leave you?
Why, getting by, I imagine. Peaceful, quiet life. The railroad still brings some traffic. Folks on their way further west or shipping goods back east. Although not as many as before the transcontinental airship line opened up. Easier to sail clear over the country than ride the rails halfway. Suits me fine, though.
I mean, for people, maybe. Goods would still have to go by train.
Anything I should know about the townsfolk?
Can't really help you there. I'm just a simple family man, and we keep to ourselves.
I'll leave you to your work.
Appreciate it, ma'am.
Was your meeting satisfactory, ma'am?
Quite so. Did you find any of those butterscotch sweets I asked for?
Afraid not. Only taffy and some peppermints.
Pity. This place seems to lack even the smallest of pleasures. Shall we?
It has an automatic door.
Business seems slow today. Probably a good thing.
How can we not visit the saloon?
These seem to be for decoration more than anything else. Food delivery for the lazy.
Oh, it's a dumbwaiter.
Warning, watch the dang door. Signed, management. Scenes from the wild country. A night campfire, a wild horse, and a bear in the mountains. Sure would be something to see all that up close and personal. Except maybe the bear.
That deer looks really good.
Someone's hunting trophy. Excuse me, kid, I need to get upstairs.
I'm really sorry, miss, but Mr. Ackerman's not taking any more meetings right now.
I'm here on behalf of the Rosewater Post.
Did you make an appointment?
No, I just got the assignment.
Okay. Look, Mr. Ackerman's upstairs getting ready for his show. It starts in less than an hour. Why don't you come by and watch? You can come meet him afterwards.
I just need to interview him for a newspaper article.
Well, now, that's perfect. If you're going to write about him, you should definitely see the show. Trust me, he's a real dazzler.
Suppose it beats waiting around here. The local populace getting sloshed. The local I bet that piano hasn't been tuned since the De Leon administration. She's making the best of it, though. The local
Anything else? Nope, that's it. Considering that he won't let us through.
Gentleman Jake's show will be starting at the theater soon. You won't want to miss a second of it.
Maybe we need to go to the theatre? Is this thing the theatre?
You again?
Oh, hey, Harmony, was it?
Harley. What in the ether are you doing here?
Oh, you're not still sore about earlier.
Nah, but your little friend might think twice about hoodwinking strangers again.
Look, nothing personal. My brother and me are just doing our best to get by.
Your brother? And you just strolled away? I ought to knock you into a cocked hat.
Hey, you gotta look out for number one.
You picked the wrong mark, but I can let that go. Hell, with a little effort, you two could be halfway decent crifters. But if there's one thing turns my stomach, it's disloyalty. That's your flesh and blood. If you don't have your own brothers back, who else on this wretched earth is going to give a flip if you're alive or dead?
You made your point. Now can we drop it already? I'm trying to do an actual legitimate job here.
Legitimate job? So you're not selling snake oil or stock tips or fire insurance?
Nah, nothing like that. I'm selling tickets to Gentleman Jake's legendary Wild West show. Only 20 coppers.
Yeah, it says they're 20 coppers here, so...
I'll take one of those
He's not-
tickets.
Swell! And when would you like to come see the show?
Whenever it starts?
Oh, you mean today? Ah, well, I'm afraid I gotta disappoint you there. Sold the last of today's tickets not 10 minutes before you walked up.
Seriously?
Seriously, this ain't exactly the Coliseum. It only fits so many, and folks around here are real excited to see Gentleman Jake in person.
All right, look. I don't need to see some yahoo firing off his pea shooter. I just want to talk to this Jake fellow.
And I'm sure Gentleman Jake would be happy to meet you if you had a ticket to get in. Course, I might be able to sneak you in quiet-like, but I'd be putting my job on the line, and I can't afford to lose it now. After all, I have my little brother to look after.
Just tell me what you want.
Only a small favor.
Spit it out.
Just help me retrieve something. A small item of great personal value. It's only my pa's pocket watch. Family
in the
heirloom, you
bag?
see.
What happened to it?
It was stolen is what? By that one-eyed scalawag Lola Johnson. Probably
Right.
stashed it away in the old smithy. She's been squatting in there for weeks now.
Where'd your brother get to? Keeping out of trouble?
Matter of fact, he's trying to make good after that screw-up earlier. Decided he's gonna try and get Pa's watch back all by himself. He's real tore up over losing it.
And you're letting him risk his neck again? He'll be collared in no time. Like as not, you'll never see him again.
Oh, I know. I tried talking sense into him, but he's dead set on it. Wants to prove himself. But he'll be in real hot water if he gets caught, which he probably will. That's why I'm asking you to do it before he goes and does something stupid. I can tell you could pull it off. No problem.
Let me in or else. No.
You and your brother can go hang for all I care. But I want in this theater, so I'll do it.
Swell. You know where to find me.
Jerkface will remember that. Is there more to the left? There is not.
This padlock's not going anywhere. Not without encouragement. Too bad I didn't bring my lockpicks. Or a hammer.
And we've only got our letter. That's what she said at the start. Okay. It looks like it notes down a lot of what you've said and done. But we don't have a item to get in. Nothing to do in there. Can we ask you about the blacksmith?
Welcome back, Miss Legere.
Hey, Sheriff?
What can I do you for?
Were you aware that a man was thrown from the window at the Rosewater Post?
Is that right? Who was it?
Never saw him before. Looked New Spanish.
Is he alive?
Yes, he's in Doc Sedgwick's care.
Well, that's good. Sounds like I need to have words with Joni, though.
I saw a lady coming out of the saloon earlier. She was older, fancy looking, sounded old country. Any idea who that is?
Can't say it rings any bells. Wonder what someone like that'd be doing in Rosewater.
Are you acquainted with Lola Johnson?
Not really. She mostly keeps to herself. As long as she don't cause trouble, I'm willing to overlook the squatting.
What's the story with Gentleman Jake?
Which one? If even half of them are true, he's a lion among men. A real Western hero. But you can catch his show while he's in town and hear it straight from the source.
Can you tell me about Joan Gallagher?
Whew, I've yet to meet anyone with a more fiery temper. My advice is to stay on Joni's good side. You don't want to end up going out the window like that poor bastard.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
Okay, no. He has nothing of use, unless I can ask to borrow the gun to break the lock, which seems unlikely.
Welcome.
No. Maybe he will have a tool?
Hello again, Miss Legere. I'm pleased to say your friend should make a full recovery.
He's not my friend. He just fell out the window and almost crushed me.
I see. Well, it was good of you to come get me. Plenty of folks around here would have turned a blind eye. I realize in all the commotion we weren't properly introduced. I'm Dr. Sedgwick.
Guess the sign wasn't lying then. I'm Harley.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Likewise. Mind if I have a look around?
Not at all.
That's impressively clean.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, as they say, and good health starts with good hygiene.
Quite a variety of potions and tonics you've got here, Doc.
It's only a small part of the bounteous pharmacopoeia that nature might make available to us, if only we knew her secrets. There is so much to be discovered.
You are quite a likable character, Doctor.
I imagine you get your hands pretty dirty in this line of work?
It's for cleansing before, not after. I am a follower of the modern European theories, positing that disease follows from the propagation of tiny animalcules living on the surface of the skin. Thorough washing with soap and water is said to eradicate them.
Drown the little bastards, huh?
Something like that.
Medical College of Wicks? Never heard of it.
It's in central Rotterdam. Not quite the University of New Britannia, but then what is?
Well, that's just disgusting.
Not disgusting, it's fascinating, awe-inspiring.
To each his own. Hey, Doc, is that mess of noodles really what our insides look like?
Indeed, Miss Legere. The human body truly is a marvel.
I suppose that's one word for it.
Did I miss anything? No, not that I can tell. Some books.
Have you actually read all these books, Doc?
I have. They also serve for reference. Learning is a lifelong endeavor.
Okay, unless he has
Hey, Doc.
Miss
something
Legere.
else to say.
So, how's the medicine business?
What a question. I'm a physician, Miss Legere, not some two-bit snake oil salesman.
Didn't mean to imply you were.
I'm sure. At any rate, I've not had many patients of late. This poor soul is the only one this week. But that is the physician's dilemma, is it not? We are taught that idleness is a sin. But better that I am idle and the townsfolk healthy than my surgery be full of the ill and infirm.
Got any knowledge to impart about Rosewater?
Oh, well, it's a fine town.
You don't sound too enthused.
I'm sure you'll find plenty to see and do here.
Give it to me straight, Doc. I want to know your thoughts on this place. Warts and all.
Were Rosewater one of my patients, I would say the prognosis is not good. Not since all the Aurum claims dried up and the airship routes opened, leapfrogging over our rail line. The hangers-on keep this place gasping for breath, but I fear they only prolong the inevitable. I hope I haven't discouraged you, but you did ask my opinion.
If things are so bad, why not pick up and move elsewhere?
I swore an oath to do no harm, Miss Legere. As the town's only physician, leaving would mean abandoning my patients. There may not be many left to call on my services, but when they do, I am the only barrier standing between them and the grave.
Isn't that a bit dramatic, Doc?
Say what you will, I know where I stand on the matter.
Why not train somebody to take over for you?
I did have an apprentice not long ago, my ward, Nadine.
What happened to her?
Oh, this is no kind of life for a restless young person. I encouraged her to put her talents to use elsewhere. She's ministering to the local native tribe now.
Oh, I bet that goes down well.
You must know all about the townsfolk.
I am well acquainted with all their ailments, proclivities, and vices. But if you're just seeking gossip, you'll have to find it elsewhere.
Who is this tribe?
I'm afraid I don't know much about them, just that they have a small village somewhere in the valley. I believe they call themselves the Audam? Autumn? I'm not certain of the pronunciation. At any rate, they don't come to the town, and I imagine the townsfolk mostly let them be as well.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Do take care of yourself.
Okay.
He doesn't look half bad, all things considered.
No, he was lucky. Once I'm done here and the laudanum wears off, he should be right as rain.
Alas, no. No tool for opening the, blacksmith. Oh, he has a tool. Can we go back? Is he still there, or is he just a background? No, it doesn't look like we could interact with him anyway.
Now that is mighty tempting.
It is. Can we make a save?
Now that...
Gentleman Jake's show will be starting at...
No, and then there's naught else. So presumably I've missed something.
Horse pills? Is that pills for horses or pills made from horses? Or both? Wonder if the whiskey here is any better than the rot gut back in Pierre. Looks like it's been up for ages. Wonder if they ever caught the guy. Or maybe he retired from crime. Or died of old age. This place is falling apart, but these stone tiles were nice. Once.
Can I pick one up? Okay, maybe we smack it open with the
Betrayal,
tile.
murder, revenge. Classic stuff. Never works out that way in real life. Never heard of this one. For 20 coppers, it had better be one hell of a show.
Okay, can we use tile on door?
This thing's heavier than it looks. Bet I could do some real damage with it. That did it. The tile's no good anymore, though. That could be a good spot to stash something. Well now, what have we here? Got what I came for. Best not to stick around.
What in the ether is going on here?
You must be Lola Johnson.
That's right, Lola Johnson, who lives here.
It's rather cozy.
I thought it had a certain domestic charm. Nice setup you have in here.
I don't know what you're playing at, but my patience is wearing thin.
I'll be going.
You do that.
Alright. I mean, success, so... Use watch on Big Brother.
Fancy. Too bad there doesn't seem to be a pawn shop in town. Here's your watch back.
No fooling. You actually got it?
By a whisker. Lola turned up just as I was leaving.
Did she see you take it?
Don't think so. Anyways, that's my part of the bargain held up. You gonna let me in now?
Sure, go on. Oh, and thanks. I know we've had our tiffs, but I really do appreciate you getting this for me. My dear departed pa can rest easy again knowing his watch is back where it belongs.
That's not your watch at all, is it?
Well, it is now.
Kid, If I were you, I'd make myself scarce. Otherwise, the only way you'll be able to tell the time on that thing is by squatting over a mirror. You get me?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, are you ready for some thrills? Are you ready for some excitement? Are you ready for some fun? Then without further ado, may I present the star of our show, the last man standing at the Bleachbone Gulch Showdown, the only man to defeat Bastard Billy Boakes in a duel, the man who discovered a gentleman, then gifted it to an orphanage, Gentleman Jake Ackerman! Yahoo!
Thank you, Charlie, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Gentleman Jake's Wild West. We got a heck of a performance for you today, but first, allow me to introduce my brave and loyal assistant, Danny Luo. Now let's get this show on the road.
So is he legit or is he a Gilderoy Lockhart?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you rope a steer. Keep it going, Danny. Maybe you'll lasso yourself one someday.
The sun beat down upon them as the duelists stood and stared. But Billy Boakes had never fought somebody so prepared. Jake drew his gun, and bang! The bastard crashed down with a thud. The legendary foe lay dead, defeated, in the mud.
I suspect that he might not talk to us at the end if we don't politely applaud, so I'm going to politely applaud.
And now for a most challenging proposition, perhaps the greatest feat of marksmanship to which a man can set his sights. You see those 5 juggling balls that Charlie keeps whirling aloft in such a dizzying display? Ladies and gentlemen, fix your eyes on that green ball in particular, and do not dare blink. For with but a single bullet, I will pluck it from the very air.
Yeah, that's cheerworthy.
Yeah! Amazing!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our show. Thank you all so much. You've been a truly magnanimous, magnificent, and majestic audience.
And you can take home a piece of the legend. Come on down to the Jack of Diamonds to get an autograph or a souvenir ferrotype. We'll be there until last call. Stop by and shake hands with Gentleman Jake.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night.
Okay, well, back to the saloon then.
I'm telling you, Jake, I need that money tonight.
You knew the deal going in, Charlie. There's nothing I can do about it.
We'll see about that.
Hope I'm not interrupting,
He
gentlemen.
sounds
My
moustache
friend here
twirling
was
the
just
evil.
saying his farewells. Weren't you, Charlie? Please do pardon that unpleasant display. What can I do for you, my dear?
Name's Harley Leger. I'd like to interview you for the Rosewater Post.
Well, shucks, it would be my pleasure, Miss Leger.
Excellent.
Shall we go upstairs to my room? Beats standing out here in the dust.
Lead on.
Miss Legere, permit me to introduce my associate, Danny Luo.
We've met, actually. Not formally, I suppose. Nice to properly make your acquaintance, Miss Legere.
Likewise, Mr. Luo.
Please, you can call me Danny. Everybody does.
So what did you think of the show? Pretty spectacular, huh?
It was pretty good.
Yes, that's definitely the word for it.
I'm glad you think so. Shall we proceed with the interview?
Right. How did you come to pick Rosewater as your latest venue?
Simple. Plenty of folk in this town are looking for a good show. I ain't so hoity-toity as to think El Presidio or Los Virgenes are the only places worth visiting. After spending all day bent double over a pan in a creek or working his keister off down in a mine, a man is entitled to some amusement, wouldn't you say?
You're clearly a man of great deeds. Which would you say has been your greatest?
I value all my accomplishments equally, Miss Legere. To single any one out would diminish the others. I couldn't bring myself to do that.
What a noble sentiment.
I like to think so.
Is there anything that frightens the mighty gentleman Jake?
You know, somebody once told me, fear is only as deep as the mind allows. When you deal with the type of folks out on the frontier that I do, marauders, bandits, desperados, your fears have got to be shallow. Otherwise, you won't last 2 seconds.
What's something nobody knows about you? Give me something juicy.
I'm something of an open book, Miss Legere. Keeping secrets ain't really my modus operandi.
Come on, everyone's got secrets.
Oh, I think you'll find I'm not like most folk.
Hey, Jake, don't you have an appointment with Miss Sally this evening?
Damn, you're right. Sorry to cut things short, Miss Legere. I've got another engagement I need to prepare for.
I should have plenty for my article. I appreciate your time.
Well, I look forward to reading your story in the next edition. Danny, see the lady out, would you?
I don't feel like we got much of substance, but okay.
Good meeting you, Danny. Guess I'll see you around. Not to worry, gents. Jake's all yours. Hey, you were in the show. Nice juggling.
Thank you, ma'am. Jake, get your ass out here right now, you four-flusher.
Now, what's all the ruckus?
Don't play the fool with me, Ackerman. You know damn well why I'm here. You might think you can give me the runaround, but I wonder if my friends here won't convince you to pay up.
Charlie. Didn't anybody ever tell you only cowards get others to solve their problems for them?
You slum-guzzling bastard. I'm gonna fix that wobbling jaw of yours.
Come on up here, then.
Are you sure you won't reconsider, Charlie?
Shut the hell up and get out of my way. McGuire, take care of the kid. Let's dance, cowboy.
Oh.
I suggest you clear out while you can, little lady. This could get ugly.
Ah,
Where
but we
I'm
have a
standing, it's
history as a
pretty
fist
damn ugly
fighter.
already. Hey!
So that's how you want it, huh? Fine. I'll let the boss deal with you when he's done.
You're in my way, you lummox.
And that's where I'm staying.
Punch him.
We can do this all day.
Okay, can I grab the bottle?
Hey! Don't start any trouble, lady.
Ah, now we press this and donk him in the face with a...
Whoopsie daisy.
Now can I knock you out?
Hey, nice one.
Not the most honorable way of winning a fight, but these boys were hardly playing fair.
Hey, Charlie. Looks like your guys weren't as tough as you hoped.
Boom!
Whew!
Ooh-wee, that got the old blood pumping.
You've got some interesting associates, Mr. Ackerman. If you'll excuse me, I have an article to write.
Hang on just a minute. I'd be a fool to just let you walk away after that performance. Come on back up here. I've got a business proposition that may interest you.
What about Miss Sally?
Oh, she can wait. All right, Miss Legere, I won't beat around the bush. Danny and I are looking to get some folks together for a job, and I think you'd make a damn fine addition to the team.
What sort of job?
Ever hear of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Of course. The etheric researcher. What about him?
Dr. Clark moved out here not long after the big disaster back in Lamplight City. You know, the one where all those folks got disintegrated? He kept up his research, even did some demonstrations at the Opera House. Till one day, he just up and vanished. Nobody's seen hide nor hair of him in nearly a year.
So is he dead or what?
That's the thing. Nobody knows. But the real question is what he left behind. We're going in search of Dr. Clark's fortune.
Come again?
The feller was loaded. Somehow he managed to talk a bunch of big money investors from back east into financing his research. All those gizmos and doodads don't come cheap, you know? We find his stash, we'll all be rolling in it for years to come.
Stash? What stash? Surely it's all just numbers on a ledger somewhere.
Nope. I'm telling you, he kept his assets in cold, hard cash.
So you're looking to rob a man blind just because nobody knows where he is?
Now, nothing so uncouth as that. Picture this, a swashbuckling pirate captain, his vessel freighted with treasure. The vast fleets of law and order circling him, closing in. He digs a hole in the sands of some sun-kissed tropical beach to conceal his ill-gotten loot and makes himself scarce. Circumstance conspires to deprive him of the opportunity to return. Now, is the brave treasure hunter who seeks and unearths the bounty guilty of robbery? Or is he just returning to the world what would otherwise lie forgotten and worthless? See, we're not after Clark's personal wealth. The money in question was meant to bankroll his etheric research. Since that's been outlawed, he can't touch it. And it's a drop in the ocean for the investors. They'll never miss it.
How many folks are you planning on bringing into this?
That depends on what we find. But I promise you, we'll all get a fair split. Enough to make it all worthwhile.
What's your plan?
Clark had a lab nearby, a couple miles outside of town. Last place anybody saw him. We poke around there, retrace his steps, and it should lead us straight to the loot.
Uh-huh.
Now, call me crazy, but I get the impression you're not entirely convinced.
Truth be told, I'm not. How can you be sure Clark isn't just holed up in some cave with his cash? Or that someone didn't off him so they could claim it for themselves? We follow Clark, and whatever vanished him could end up vanishing us, too.
I admit we're asking you to put a lot of faith in us. Hell, I'd probably be just as incredulous were I in your position.
Mr. Ackerman's a good man, Miss Legere. He's never led me astray in all the time I've known him.
I appreciate it, Danny, but I think Miss Legere's gonna need a little more than just your word. Look, I've known quite a few moneyed folk in my time. They all got one thing in common. You know what that is?
They couldn't give a rat's ass about folks like you and me.
I admit I cannot emphatically contradict you there, but not what I meant.
So what do they have in common?
They're good at keeping their money safe. Clark's cash is out there. I just know it. As far as your safety, you just took out a couple of brutes twice our size. It's plain to see you can take care of yourself.
I'm pretty good with my pistols, and Mr. Ackerman can talk his way out of anything. But we could use somebody who's good in a fight.
Besides, stick around old Jake long enough and you'll have enough material to write a whole book. Forget a measly little write-up in the local rag. I'm offering you a front row seat to a much better show. So, what do you say?
No funny business.
All right, Mr. Ackerman. I'm in, but try anything funny, and I walk.
Understood.
You won't regret this, Miss Legere.
We'll set out for the lab at daybreak. And please,
How could we
call me
refuse
Jake.
the call to action? The call to adventure.
Dr. Clark's laboratory is a short hike from Rosewater. After getting run out of Lamplight City, this is where he went to ground. A secluded desert facility where he could get up to who knows what. Jake, Danny, and I head there at first light to see what secrets he left behind.
Quite a sight, ain't it?
I'll say. What the hell was Clark doing out here?
That's a question for minds greater than ours, Miss Legere.
Okay, what do we got? Exit, enter, talk about the
Now
Tesla
there's
coil.
something you don't see every day.
You can say that again.
Guess it shouldn't come as a surprise that the front door is not wide open for us.
That's a serious-looking lock.
So, how are we supposed to get in?
Some dynamite, maybe?
Now that's not a bad idea. My old pal Captain Stokes is stationed nearby at Fort Beaumont. He owes me a favor, or two.
Maybe he could give us some high-powered equipment to get inside.
You read my mind, Danny boy. Wouldn't do any harm to take a look around out here first, though.
Bottles?
Dr. Clark really liked his sarsaparilla. There must be at least 30 empty bottles in these crates.
I once drank 10 bottles of sarsaparilla for a bet.
Did you win?
Well, yes, and no.
Doing some tidying, are we?
We might find some use for these. Come help me. I can't carry them all myself.
Hey, I ain't gonna start belly aching if you want to go around collecting refuse. Might fetch us a few shillings if we sell them back at the Jack of Diamonds.
There you go. And some for you.
Thanks.
Dr. Clark really liked...
Okay, now that's the same. Can we look at our bottles?
Empty sarsaparilla bottles. Locked up tight.
Whoever closed this place up really didn't want anybody getting in.
This is one of the sturdiest locks I've ever seen.
I think we're gonna need to get creative. The fort stockpile might have something that could help.
Locked up tight.
Whoever...
Okay. I thought that might be different from this, but it's all the same thing.
Wonder if Dr. Clark boarded these up himself. Must take ages for any correspondence to get out here.
Probably beats having to hike into town, though.
Looks like Clark missed his last mail delivery. Seems to be from another scientist.
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant ban our leaders have seen fit to impose, my thoughts went to you and your thankless labors in the wilderness. When they hounded you out after the expo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Leroy's cronies sabotaged your display to discredit you, you were undaunted. After enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that lab out there meant to you. A turning point in your fortunes, or so it seemed. Yet I am sure you will persevere once more. One day when rationality again prevails in the halls of government and this silly thing is lifted, I hope to take you up on your offer of a tour. If you've returned to the bosom of civilization by then, all the better. With warm regards, Dr. Roderick Nethersole. P.S. How you managed to rig a TT-180 console to control both your equipment and door mechanisms still baffles me. Mine is destined for the scrapyard.
The The good doctor was pretty self-sufficient out here. The good doc...
Okay, that really is everything, unless we talk to the people.
Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
Got any of your own ideas on how we might get into the lab?
Well, I think Jake has the right idea. We should ask for help at the fort.
I want to know something about you, Danny.
Okay. Like what?
You and Jake known each other long?
Gosh, that's a good question. I guess it's been about 2 years?
Sounds about right.
Time goes by quick when you travel around as much as we do.
How did you two meet up, anyway?
Oh, Jake tells the story much better than I do. Ask him.
What did you do before becoming Jake's assistant?
Oh, nothing glamorous. I was a stable hand in Quick Point. Life with Gentleman Jake is certainly more, lively.
Just how old are you, anyway?
I'll be 21 this winter, but I can handle myself just fine if that's what you're worried about.
True enough. Danny's more experienced than some folk twice his age. You'd be a fool to underestimate him.
Have you got any family?
Sure. My parents and older brother live on the coast, near El Presidio. I write them every month. I haven't seen them in a dog's age, though. But Jake's been like family to me, really.
We should get a move on. Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
Have you had any new ideas for getting inside the lab?
Not a one, unfortunately. I believe asking at the fort is our best hope.
I've got some more questions about you.
I'm always happy to answer.
How'd you and Danny get together?
I was packing up after a run of shows in Quick Point, having a hard time of it. You see, my assistant had up and left a few days prior, so I was flying solo.
Your assistant left? Why?
The showman's life ain't for everybody. I don't fault him for it. Anyhow, Danny comes up and offers to help with the crates. You should have seen him. Eyes wide, hands shaking, downright charming. So Danny gives me a hand and we get to talking. Turns out he's got experience roping and shooting. Even gave me a demonstration. I offered him the job as my assistant on the spot. The rest, as they say, is history.
Would you care to recount some of your previous adventures?
I'd love to, but I'm afraid now just ain't the time.
Fair enough.
As soon as we have a respite, I'll be glad to regale you.
I'm impressed, Miss Leger. Never thought I'd live to see the day Jake refused to tell his story.
Just how did you come to learn about Clark's money?
Not long ago, I got to talking with a feller at the saloon. The whiskey had loosened his lips and he blabbed all about the success of his Aurum claim. But then he told me about how he'd invested most of that Aurum in Clark's research and how he wasn't the only one.
And you're certain these investors won't be wanting their money back?
Can't speak for the rest, but this feller won't. See, his aforementioned loose lips got him into trouble with some other folk. Poor bastard was shot dead in the street.
I see. Enough jabber. Let's push on.
Okay. How do I get to the fort?
What are you doing? This is no place for sightseers.
Who are
And
you?
just who in the ether are you?
Such disrespect. You toy with forces you do not understand.
The lady asked you a question, sir.
Heed my warning. Stay away from this place. Its mysteries are not for you.
Hey, wait!
You dropped your hat.
You forgot your... hat?
What was that all about?
Good question. No sign of that odd bearded fellow. I wonder where he scampered off to.
I reckon we got ourselves bigger fish to fry right now, Miss Leger.
That looks fort-like.
Hey, look, a show!
What a racket.
She's pretty good, though.
Excuse me? I said, excuse me. Hey!
Caramba, you made me miss. What do you want?
Who are you, and what are you doing out here?
I am Marisol de la Vega, Lieutenant General of the Constitutional Army of New Spain. My compadre is Corporal Eugenio Garcia.
Pleasure. I'm Harley Legere, and these are my associates Jake Ackerman and Danny Luo.
Good to meet you. In answer to your second question, Eugenio and I are practicing our shooting while we wait for our jefe to conclude his business.
Who did you say you were waiting for?
Our leader, General Filomeno Marquez. Surely you've heard of him.
Of course.
Yes, of course. Who hasn't heard of the great General Marquez?
Me, for one.
Your companion would do well to educate himself. Perhaps General Marquez will see fit to honor you with his presence when he emerges from the belly of the beast.
Do you know anything about the laboratory just over yonder?
That abandoned wreck is a laboratory?
It was at some point.
Clearly you know more about it than I do.
That's all for now. Happy shooting.
Thanks, gringa.
Nobody in sight, but I'm sure there are guards somewhere. Hey, anybody in there?
What is it?
Would you happen to know anything about the lab just over that way?
No, and quite frankly, I don't care to.
What do you all get up to in this place?
I'm really not at liberty to say, ma'am.
We'd like to come in, please.
More unannounced visitors? Must be my lucky day. What country exiled you?
None. We just want to speak with Captain Stokes.
Afraid he's indisposed.
Why don't you tell Stokes that Jake Ackerman needs a word?
Gentleman Jake?
At your service.
We're not in the market for entertainment. It's like I said. Oh, dad blasted. Would you knock it off with the shooting already? I can't hear myself think!
You call yourself a soldier when the sound of gunfire sets you quivering like a coward? Pathetic.
Look, I can't help you. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't be asking to see Captain Stokes if it wasn't important.
I opened the gate for the last person who said that to me today. And what did I get as a reward? His two cronies raising hell for the past hour. No, ma'am, not again.
Carry on, soldier.
Right.
Okay, so it seems like we need to make him stop shooting to make him happy, and then he might let us in.
Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
Who do you suppose that odd bearded fellow was?
I don't know, but I hope we don't run into him again. He gave me a strange feeling.
How can we get into the fort?
The guard seems upset about all the noise.
Yes.
Maybe he'll warm to us if we can figure out some way to take care of it.
We should get a move on. Can we talk?
What's
Game
on your mind?
Hintman agrees.
Any idea who that odd fellow with the beard was?
Not a clue. Sure seemed a few cows short of a herd, didn't he?
I'll say. Let's hope he doesn't cause us any trouble. Enough jabber. Hey!
You again? What is it?
Say, do you think you could practice your shooting somewhere else?
Why?
The fort guard isn't happy about the noise.
Well, then maybe he should choose another profession.
You're pretty good, but I bet I can beat you at shooting.
I am the best shot in New Spain.
Care to prove it?
Gladly. But a large stationary target such as this is not suitable for a contest. If you wish to challenge me, find some moving targets.
Can we use these bottles as targets?
Indeed, we can. Very well. Prepare to be humiliated.
Say, Jake, could you give us a hand?
My pleasure.
I was expecting for
How
him
many
to do
bottles are there?
his
About 30.
Then
juggling
we will each shoot
thing.
at 5. Whoever breaks the most wins.
Sounds fair.
I am feeling generous this morning. Would you like the opportunity to practice first?
Sure.
Yes, actually.
Very well.
Ready with those bottles, Jake?
Yep, get ready. Set. Here we go.
Oh,
Bottle in the
yeah.
air.
Good luck.
I'll get the next one.
Here we go.
I'll get the next one.
Bottle in the air!
I'll get the next one.
Incoming!
Damn it!
If that is the best you can... All right, for real this time.
Ready, set, here we go!
There's no way I am
Damn it!
Bottle in the air!
going to be doing this.
Well, I'll be.
Well, maybe.
Incoming!
You missed!
Bottle in the air!
I'll get the next one.
Bottle in the air!
You missed! My turn!
Here we go!
Dale!
Bottle in the air!
Dale!
Here we go!
She's good.
Dale!
Incoming!
Take that!
Here we go!
Híjole! I win! Better luck next time, sweetheart.
If the expectation is for me to win that, the game's got
Vaya.
rocks in its head.
Hey!
You again.
What
So
do you
let's-
say I make it worth
let's
your
try
while
paying them
to
off
go practice
instead.
shooting somewhere else?
You take me for some common bandit? Mira que cabrona. Keep your coins. And don't insult me again.
No.
That's all.
Thanks, Gri-
Well, then no. Anywhere else? Looks like the answer is no. There's only two places.
Wonder if Dr. Clark...
Same. Do we have a new item to maybe attack this with?
This is what...
I think we're the four.
The hat?
Tinfoil. Why was that man wearing it as a hat? This isn't really my style.
Can we bribe the lady with the tinfoil hat?
Caramba!
Hey!
You again.
That's all.
What is this?
It's tinfoil fashioned into a kind of hat.
And this is something you wear? I don't think I'll ever understand Vespuccians.
No, she does not want our tinfoil hat.
Híjole!
Can I give it to the guard? Also, no.
Hey, Dave.
Ma'am?
You said before you were good with your pistols. Think you can teach that show-off a lesson?
It'll be my pleasure. Excuse me, ma'am?
What do you want, boy?
I think I'd like to beat you at that bottle shooting.
Oh, this is gonna be good. All right, kid, let's see what you got.
Why don't you go first? Show me how it's done.
My pleasure.
Ready, set, here we go!
Caramba!
Bottle in the air!
Take that!
Bottle in the air!
Also, I wonder if we can just use 30 bottles
Bottle in
up,
the air.
and then there's like no more chance for
Bottle in
a
the air.
competition.
Take that! Let's see you beat that!
Ready, Danny boy?
Yep. Don't worry about the warnings. Just throw.
Don't believe this. Beaten by a chinito de mierda. Eugenio, vámonos de aquí.
She's not a very good sport.
Never mind her. That was some fine shooting.
I would have beaten her eventually. I don't think so. I think we would have run out of bottles.
Sure was. You weren't kidding about being good with those pistols.
It was nothing. But thanks.
At least there is a non-reaction speed game
How are
way
you
around
holding
it.
up, Jake?
Oh, just fine, just fine.
Summon the guard.
Hey, guard!
What is it?
Sure is a nice, peaceful morning, isn't it?
What happened to those cacophonous varmints?
They took their business elsewhere. Now, would you be so kind as to let us in?
So long as you promise to keep it down.
Deal.
Well now, what have we here?
I appreciate your hospitality, Captain, but I must admit I am perplexed by the change in your position.
It's not my position, General Marquez. It's the position of the government of the Commonwealth of Vespuccia. I have some discretion in the execution of my orders, but I'm sure you can appreciate that there's a chain of command.
I am, of course, most grateful for the aid you have rendered in the past. I am sure that your recommendations carry weight with your superiors. If you would be willing to lend your influence in support of our cause.
Perhaps we can speak of this at another time, Mr. Marquez. As I said, I have other concerns to deal with.
Of course. I look forward to our next meeting.
Captain Stokes, you're a difficult man to see.
Ackerman, how the hell are you?
Leave this to me. I'll have Stokes eaten from the palm of my hand.
Good day, Captain. Madam? Just a moment. I have seen you before.
I'm surprised you saw much of anything after that tumble you had.
Ah, of course. The newspaper office. I owe you my thanks.
Happy to help.
What's your name, anyway?
Harley Leger. This is Danny Luo, and over there is Jake Ackerman.
Sir?
I am General Filomeno Marquez. Though Filomeno seems to be difficult for you Vespuccians, so you may call me Phil.
Phil it is. Good to meet you.
And you? What brings you to the fort?
We're looking for help getting into the abandoned lab back there.
And why might that old ruin interest you, eh?
We were thinking it might make a nice hotel. Just need to spruce it up a bit. Then we can charge folks for rustic desert stays.
A Vespuccian with a sense of humor. I suppose stranger things have happened. In any case, there may be something in there to interest me as well. In fact, I could get the laboratory open so we could both go in, if Stokes were not so stingy with his munitions.
How do you mean?
My specialty is demolitions and explosives. I just do not have any on hand right now. I thought perhaps the captain might once again be willing to assist a fellow warrior in a righteous cause, but...
It's like I told Mr. Marquez, my hands are tied. Much as I'd like to help, I've got enough to worry about with my men missing. In fact, I was just heading out to search, so if you'll excuse me.
Hold your horses, Captain. How about we come with? I'm sure you could use the extra eyes.
It's mighty kind of you, Ackerman. Can't promise it'll be safe, though. We'll be going near native territory.
Come on, Stokes. You forget who you're talking to? I laugh in the face of danger. We'll ride with you.
Your friend is quite the braggadocio, no?
That he is, and he doesn't ever seem to let up.
You're all in, then?
Apparently so.
I will accompany you as well.
Sorry, who are you?
Y'all can get acquainted on the trail. Let's get going. Sun's almost up. Appreciate y'all coming out with me. Strength in numbers and all that.
Our pleasure, Captain.
Exactly who is it you're looking for?
My first lieutenant, John Mulberry.
Why would you go around at a trot? Oh, you're just asking to be saw.
So when did your man go missing?
He left leading the patrol last evening and they never returned. I just hope the natives didn't get him. Things have been a bit tense of late.
On the subject of missing people, did you ever cross paths with Dr. Bennett Clark?
The mad doctor? No, ma'am. My man and I steered clear of him. Used to be we'd see strange lights and hear weird noises coming from his lab. Don't know what he was up to out there, but it weren't natural.
You been stationed at Fort Beaumont long?
Nearly 4 years now. For the most part, it's a fairly quiet post. Of course, Rosewater's nearby and usually good for a diversion.
On that note, I'd be honored to have you at my show, Captain.
Ah, yes. Soon enough, Ackerman.
What makes you believe the natives are behind Mulberry's disappearance?
Our patrol perimeter goes close to their village. Wouldn't be the first time we've come to blows over boundaries. They fall back once they see our superior firepower. Thankfully, they haven't got guns, but they've been getting mighty bold lately.
So you're saying they've gotten aggressive when you've gone near their land? Sounds to me like they're just defending themselves.
Miss Legere, with all due respect, you've no idea what you're talking about. We've already given these folks an inch, but they have taken a mile. The government's tried appeasing them with treaties and such, but those ain't worth the paper they're written on. You'd sooner reason with a coyote.
Well, I think... Ah!
Engines!
So far, we have been stymied in our efforts to search Clark's laboratory. Captain Stokes let out a search patrol, and he let all us supplicants tag along. But it wasn't enough to deter the native war party that ambushed us. Stokes slipped the trap laid for him, leaving us four to stand in his stead. Now we await intelligence of our captors and some sign of our fate.
Well, isn't this a fine turn of events?
Okay.
It's quite ornate. Brightens the place up, I suppose.
It is noble to find beauty in dark moments, but perhaps not so very useful.
Dried corn. At least we won't starve.
If that's all there is, starving might be preferable.
No,
Dried
corn's
corn.
lovely.
At least.
If that...
Must be for storage.
Then what's in there?
Completely empty. Wonder what they use these for.
Head catchers would be my guess.
Hey, so funny.
It was not meant to be.
Empty.
For now.
This basket's full of soap.
Yeah, at least we can keep clean.
Uh-huh. Except there is no water in here.
Then let's hope we can get out of here soon.
I suppose all of these were made here. Quite a collection.
And there's nothing else? Yeah, corn, thing, door, basket, soap.
Doesn't look very sturdy.
But it's barred on the other side.
Oh, what I would not give for a stick or two of dynamite right now.
Hey, Jake?
Miss Legere?
Making yourself comfortable?
Not really. His bench is hard as a rock. Could do with some back support, too. But it's as good a place as any to think of a way out of here.
Had any ideas for escaping yet?
You'll be the first to know, I assure you.
Did you manage to see what became of Captain Stokes?
No, I was a mite preoccupied. But I'm inclined to take the fact that he's not in here with us as a favorable sign.
Surely a fellow of daring do like yourself has been in a predicament like this before?
More times than I can count.
How'd you manage to get free?
Well, you gotta understand, every situation's different. Easiest way's usually bribing a guard, but sometimes you gotta get creative. Well, there's one time But no, that wouldn't work here.
Why not?
'Cause I'd need a few things, and coming by them in here will be next to impossible.
If you've got a plan, it's at least worth trying.
I reckon you're right. Main thing I need is something pliable, like wax or soft wood. Then something sharp to shape it with. And finally some shiny material.
A broken vase.
Metallic looking would be best. Find
thing
me
on the
those
wall.
things, and we might be in business.
Done.
I'll leave you to...
Soap, get. Soap, give.
Is this pliable enough for you?
This'll do nicely.
Break, jar.
I suppose all of these were made...
No? I would have assumed breaking the jar is how we make something sharp. And I can't pick this
It's
up
quite
either.
ornate.
It is noble, but...
What about our shiny tinfoil hat?
Will this work for what you need?
Shiny and metallic. Perfect.
But I have no idea what to do for something sharp.
Phil?
Eh?
Hey, chin up, Phil. It's not so bad in here.
Perhaps not. Compared to some places I have been imprisoned, this one is rather habitable.
You heard Jake's plan. Got anything that might fit the bill?
I do not believe so.
I'll just...
Maybe Danny does.
Hey, Danny?
What is it?
Relax, Danny. It'll be okay.
You think so?
Sure. If these folks meant us any harm, they wouldn't have bothered capturing us.
I didn't think of it that way. I sure hope you're right.
Got anything that might work for Jake's plan?
Sorry, Miss Leger.
Damn it.
I haven't got anything.
You and Jake must have gotten into scrapes like this before, right?
Well, I have, yes. Although it was before I met Jake. But is this really the time for stories?
Fair enough. Perhaps another time. Got any thoughts on how we might get out of here?
They took my guns, so... not really.
I mean, we can only search them again, but... I can't interact with those ones.
I suppose I'll...
We've already taken the soap.
This basket...
Yeah, at least we can... Then...
And the corn we can't eat.
Dried corn.
If that's...
Hey, Jake?
Miss Liz...
Could you remind...
Sure. Something sharp I can use for shaping.
I'll...
Which to me says broken pot shard, but I'm not allowed to break the pots. And I've talked to the two people.
Hey! Let us out!
I'd say...
Doesn't look...
But it's ball...
It's quite
It is not, but...
And I can't interact with any of the other things.
I suppose... Phil?
Eh?
So...
At least these people seem more hospitable to their prisoners than the Spanish.
Got it.
Not just yet.
What do you mean?
Something about this does not feel right. We know very little of our captor.
Did you...
Yes, pinche cobarde.
That doesn't sound...
He turned and ran. To think I held him as a man of... Bastardo!
Okay, there we go.
Easy there, Phil.
We get him to break the jar.
I cannot abide a deserter.
It takes a low sort to abandon someone who's counting on you. I'll just be over here.
Now we have Sharp Thing. Give him Sharp Thing. His assembly plan is complete.
This sharp enough for you?
It'll do, it'll do. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. You got everything.
Sure did.
Cough, cough,
Now,
cough.
will you tell me about this plan of yours?
I'm bluffing our way out of here. Give me a few minutes and you'll see what I mean.
He's making a fake gun, isn't he?
Voila.
You carved a gun out of soap and wrapped it in tinfoil?
That's right.
That's gonna get
In
you
all my days, I don't think
murdered,
I've
friend.
seen anything quite so boneheaded.
And have you got any better ideas?
Suppose not.
I thought as much. Anyhow, soon as somebody comes in, I'll draw this and catch him off guard. You knock him out in the confusion, then we make our escape.
And you have confidence this will work?
These folk don't know firearms, they can't tell the difference.
But, what if...
Hello in there? I'm coming inside.
Well, ain't this fortuitous?
Greetings. I'm Nadine. I've come to...
Hands up!
Is that a fake gun?
Yes?
Don't mind my friend here. Nadine, was it?
Yes, Nadine Redbird.
Harley Leger.
You were the one that
Wait
Doc
a minute.
mentioned.
Weren't you Doc Sedgwick's apprentice?
That's right. You know him?
We spoke briefly, and he took care of Phil over there.
That's good. I do miss working with him.
Does that mean this is a medical call?
The chief sent me to make sure none of you were hurt. She also wants to speak with whoever's in charge of your group.
That would be me.
All due respect, sir, but after that little trick you just pulled, you're out of the running.
I'll go then.
All right, come with me.
Good. Gilderoy Lockhart gets his comeuppance. He's officially declared not the leader.
I bring you Miss Harley Leger, representing the captives.
Thank you, Nadine. You may return and tend to the others.
I will.
Enter and be welcome. You may call me Chief Lutzi. I am responsible for the people of this village.
Pleasure's all mine.
You have violated the borders of the Autumn Nation, duly established by recognized treaty with your government. Miss Leger, why are you here?
We were looking for some soldiers.
Captain Stokes is missing some troops, and we were helping in the search.
You serve Stokes. Curious. You do not dress like a soldier.
We have nothing to do with the fort.
Who are you then?
I'm a journalist for the Rosewater Post. My companions and I are researching Dr. Bennett Clark. We only came to Stokes to ask for help getting inside the abandoned laboratory on the other side of the valley. Thought maybe you could spare some dynamite or something. But first we had to ride with him to find First Lieutenant Mulberry and his missing men.
I see. What did he tell you of us?
Let's just say he didn't paint a very pretty picture.
Unsurprising. Do you share his opinion?
Not especially.
Not at all. Stokes is just some windbag I met this morning. I'll make up my own mind.
That is good to know. The Autumn mean you no harm, Miss Leger. However, for months, the fort soldiers have routinely violated our borders and harassed our people. Just last night, a band of them came, led by this man, Mulberry. They attacked us in our fields and set fire to our crops.
Were there any casualties among your people?
No deaths, although a number were burned or wounded in the fight. As for Mulberry, we captured him. He is under guard in one of our empty storehouses. Stokes has turned our village into a prison, and now he is recruiting civilians to come after us. I fear this will not end until everything we have has been turned to ash. But I cannot allow that. Something must be done.
You're right. Can we help you
Can
in
we
any
write
way?
an article
I
for you?
believe so. And you can get what you're after as well.
I'm listening.
Our scouts have observed an army wagon making regular deliveries to the fort from Rosewater. It comes in the night, when few others are willing to travel, and always it arrives a day or two after the train stops in town.
Then that would be tonight?
Because
I just
we
arrived
arrived
on the
on the
latest train
train.
into Rosewater.
Yes, exactly. I cannot know for sure, but I believe this wagon carries supplies, along with weapons and munitions. The soldiers use these to strengthen themselves, then come and deprive us of what little we have. If you and your people were to obtain them, it would be to our mutual benefit. We would have a means of defense, you would have the tools to enter this laboratory, and Stokes would be deprived of
Seems
his
like a
armaments.
win-win-win.
You're certain they'll be carrying something that's worth the risk?
I am certain that doing nothing is a far greater risk.
Tonight, then, huh?
Tonight, or not at all. the cover of darkness will be to your advantage. Our scouts have also noted that only 2 men guard the wagon.
Guess I'd better tell the others and get to planning.
You are welcome to rest here in the meantime.
Thank you, Chief Lutzi.
May the Earthmaker guide you.
Everyone in good shape?
Mr. Lua has some minor bruising, but your friends are otherwise healthy.
Good to know. Hey, fellas, come on out here. We got some business to discuss.
I take it your meeting with the chief went well?
It did. These are good people who
Good
can
Lord.
help us if we help them.
Helped them? With what?
With Stokes and the fort. Turns out the reason Mulberry didn't come back is that he was taken prisoner while conducting an unprovoked raid on this village. A raid Stokes himself ordered.
What?
Army soldiers have been crossing into Otham territory and attacking them without justification.
It's true. I have treated many of the wounded myself.
Hijo de la... We cannot let this injustice stand.
That is troubling. But what can we do about it?
Chief Lutzi suggested we hit him where it hurts, the fort's supply chain. So we'll be carrying out our own raid on a delivery wagon.
And to think just yesterday you were having reservations about robbing folk. Reckon it's true what they say about the frontier changing people.
I don't mind robbing the government.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Phil needs dynamite to get into the lab. This is our chance to get it.
And help these people too, right?
Of course, but we've got to consider our needs too. Now listen up, because we've got some preparations to make. And the wagon will be coming through tonight, according to the chief. We can get the munitions Phil needs to get us into the lab, along with some weapons and supplies for the Otham.
Ah, the old 1-2 punch. I like it.
Only question is, what's the best approach?
I'm thinking we create a distraction. We get the wagon to stop, then you and I keep the driver occupied while Danny and Phil sneak the stuff out.
I prefer a more direct approach. You said the wagon was poorly guarded, eh? We have enough fighters to overpower them. When they see they are outmatched, we should be able to take what we need without firing a shot.
Wouldn't it be better to do this without drawing any attention? You could set up a roadblock, then sneak out what you need while they investigate.
All good plans. Have you got anything, Danny?
No, but I think we should be careful. Something like this could so easily go wrong.
So, what's it going to be?
Well, definitely not Jake's plan. Jake has proved himself unreliable. Do we attack with the Mexican man or sneaky sneaky? Sneaky sneaky.
Let's go with Nadine's suggestion.
I do think it's best if none of us are seen committing this act of banditry.
Agreed. This is a stealth job. Nadine and I will search the wagon. You boys hang back and take whatever we unload. Well, we better get ready. Let's hope this goes off without a hitch.
What in tarnation? What's all this crap in the road? Oh, they don't pay me enough for this. Buford, get up here and help me.
We should hurry. I don't think we'll have long.
Help me with this, would you, Nadine? Jackpot. Here's some dynamite. And a good cache of firearms. These should serve the Otham well. There's also a letter.
What does it say?
It's a manifest. Hang on. Here's the combination for that safe.
Whatever you do, be quick.
A good cache of fire.
I apparently can't take it.
The fort's soldiers are... Judging from the smell... I think this one is rifle ammunition. Let's get this.
We haven't much time left.
Seems to be full of... These crates are marked...
It's strange that there are so few compared to the others.
They're all marked Rosewater.
Isn't this delivery coming from Rosewater?
Spare linens. Nothing.
Oh, you can grab the wrong stuff.
No indication of what. I'll be damned.
What is it?
Bars of Aurum. Lots of them.
Odd. Why deliver these to the fort?
Good question. Too bad they're marked. We could have had a nice payday, but at least there's a bit of loose cash in here. Some basic cookware for the fort. Just a bunch of uniforms.
We should go. The guard.
Right.
Okay.
You have come back to us. Did you obtain what you needed?
Yes, with this dynamite, getting into the lab will be quite easy.
Then I am glad the raid proved fruitful.
Chief Lutzi, I am curious. Now that you can arm your people, what is your plan?
I can certainly understand your curiosity, General Marquez.
You know me?
We are close enough to the new Spanish border to keep informed of current events.
She knows the great General Marquez.
We will defend ourselves. Peace has not worked against those who wish to harm us, so we must answer them with force.
You strike me as a wise and capable leader, but allow me to offer one piece of advice. Do not underestimate your enemy. Nothing angers a tyrant like a show of resistance.
I appreciate it, General, but I believe we will overcome.
I truly hope you do.
We found something else. A safe filled with Aurum bars.
And you did not take any?
They were all marked. Traceable. We'd have no use for them.
Caramba. It is always something.
Couldn't possibly melt
The
them
last
down.
thing we need is the Royals on us for stealing their Aurum.
The Royal Police? Nah, out here they'd send in the army. Or God forbid, the Blackburns.
The Union Busters?
Unions, heads, you name it.
The big question is, why send Aurum to the fort?
An intriguing line of inquiry, but I ain't sure the fort's dealings should concern us.
Perhaps not. But I am curious as well. Something unusual is happening here. Stokes was all too happy to aid our cause before my exile. Now he acts like a stranger. It cannot be a coincidence. I am going to charge my Lieutenant General with finding out more about these shipments.
Chasing more wagons full of Aurum?
Something like that. It is clear there will be no more aid from Stokes now, and I still have an army to outfit. Perhaps we will find something we can actually keep.
If money's what you're after, maybe you'd entertain the notion of joining our posse. That goes for you too, Miss Redbird.
What are you talking about?
I'll explain everything on the way back to the lab. Danny, you stay here and help unload the supplies. You can give Nadine the lowdown. Come meet us at the lab when you're done.
Will do.
I am sending one of our hunters to return Mulberry to the fort. He can show you the way back.
Much appreciated. Right, let's get a move on. You coming with us, Miss Legere?
Damn right. Someone's got to be sure you don't blow yourself sky high. And can it with the Miss Legere bunk? It's Harley.
Duly noted. Now let's get going.
Just one more thing before you go, Harley. You said you were a journalist, yes?
That's right.
Do you believe the townspeople would take an interest in our cause?
Some might. I can certainly tell my employer about the treatment you've received.
Please do. I have a statement I would like you to carry back. The Autumn are a peaceful people. We wish to be your good neighbors and friends. But if a Vespuccian soldier or any other person comes with violent intent to harm us, we will do what we must to protect our people.
Got it. Would you be willing to sit for an interview with someone from the post?
Gladly. My words are for all who will listen with open hearts.
I'll make sure your message is received.
Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like we will write an article. Good.
Thanks for showing us back, partner. We can take it from here. Well, would you look at that? Didn't think I'd be seeing old Jesse again. I'm keeping this arrowhead as a good luck charm. And who knows? Maybe some collector out there'd be interested in acquiring the arrowhead that nearly wiped out Gentleman Jake.
Híjole. Is he always like this?
Usually he's worse, sadly.
I wonder how things will go for the Otham now that they have firearms.
Well enough, I hope. Provided they don't point them at us.
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
I have to ask, what went on at the Rosewater Post?
That so-called newspaper editor dared to write that the People's Revolution was over, that we had been crushed by the forces of the Spanish army. Defeated, we will not abandon our cause. I demanded a correction. What did I get instead? A defenestration.
Rough break.
Yes.
So how did you wind up here in Vespuccia?
That is a very long story, and I do not wish to relate it now. Perhaps another time?
Fair enough. Right. Carry on. Can we talk?
What's on your mind? 'Cause you know I've been wondering about the Otham. What do you suppose will happen to them now that they're armed with guns?
I don't know, but at least they have a fighting chance now.
If Stokes attacks and they successfully fend him off, then perhaps he will leave them alone. But it will certainly not happen without bloodshed.
Well, best of luck to him.
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
All right, game.
Wait! You're just going to leave this flag buried in the mud?
What would I want with a ratty old flag?
Increíble. Have you no respect for your country?
I had no idea you were such a patriot.
Your country allowed me to walk freely when my own would have thrown me in prison. That counts for something.
I think this means
Can
we can't
continue?
get back to this scene, and he didn't want us to leave without the item we would need from this scene.
You're quite certain you know what you're doing?
Just leave everything to me, and stand far, far back.
So he just prevented us from zorking ourselves, maybe.
Impressive work there, Phil.
Gracias.
And an explosion will certainly liven up your article. Eh, Harley?
Good idea, game. How about we make another legitimate save?
Well, slap my behind and call me Betsy.
Not sure what I was expecting to find, but it wasn't this.
It has been completely ransacked.
Still, there's gotta be some indication of where Clark took his money. Let's take a look around. But watch yourselves. No telling what any of these doohickeys might be capable of.
At least Dr. Clark practiced fire safety. I can't see through. The window is too grimy.
We clean it without... Damn it.
Looks like it's connected to the door somehow.
And that wire runs to the console back there.
Won't do us any good if there's nothing powering this place, though.
I can't really see through the porthole, but it looks dense in there. No handle. I can't make heads nor tails of this chicken scratch. I can't make...
Okay.
A wooden mannequin in a cage? I have so many questions.
You sure you want them answered?
Some kind of console. Seems to connect to a few things. What in the ether is this thing?
I wouldn't get too close.
Not much left. Some books and a broken device.
I missed the table?
There's about 2 inches of dust. Empty. Not really surprising.
And I missed this light bulb.
Looks like some type of cannon, and it's pointing right at the cage.
Oh, there's a bit here. Okay, so he's made some sort of electric cannon.
This Clark fellow was into some strange things, wasn't he?
I'm starting to understand why he chose to do his work out in the middle of nowhere.
This may have held something interesting once, but now it's just lodging for spiders. This must be where Clark parked his rear during his experiments. This is where all the cables wind up. I get the impression this is what powers everything in here.
We just need to get it running again somehow.
I'm guessing this thing needs to hit full power before the machine turns on.
A math problem?
Sinister. No good. There's some power getting through, but it needs more. Some kind of power meter. Never heard of an ampere before. I bet getting power to all 3 of these meters will get things up and running. I can't remove it with my hands. I'll need a tool to unscrew it.
Fair enough. We do not have such a tool at the moment.
I can't begin to fathom what these contraptions are for.
Nothing of use to us.
Anything interesting in there?
Not really. Probably why they were left behind.
Way too high for me.
Want me to give you a boost?
Nah, I still couldn't reach. I'll think of something else.
What about Danny? He's good with his rope. Can he not lasso it down? And where is Danny? Might be a case that we have to talk to people again.
Hey, Phil?
What about?
Why don't you let me carry that flag?
Had a change of heart?
I guess your words inspired me.
Glad to hear it.
Can you think of any way to get that box down?
I'm afraid reaching high things has never been my forte.
Right? Can we talk?
What's up?
Any clever ideas to get to that confounded box?
Not too many, I'm afraid. Although perhaps that chair could be of use.
Might I borrow that arrowhead for a spell?
By all means. Maybe it'll bring you some luck, too.
Hang on,
the box
I've got
down?
an idea. Why don't you just shoot the box down?
Beg pardon?
Let's put that gunslinging know-how of yours to work.
I may be a showman, but I ain't a performing monkey. Besides, I never perform sharpshooting tricks without a crowd.
Crowd be damned. I want to see what's in the box.
You've proven yourself resourceful. I'm sure you can find a more practical way to get to that box that doesn't involve me wasting ammo.
No, he says. No!
I don't understand. You showed off your prowess with a gun before. Now all I'm hearing are excuses. Why so shifty all of a
Because he's
sudden?
Gilderoy
All right,
Lockhart.
look, the truth is, I've gone a mite rusty. A couple of years ago, I could have done it with my eyes shut, but time ain't been kind to my hands.
So how did you pull off that juggling trick?
Danny's the one that shoots the ball from the wings. You want that box down so bad, ask him to help you when he gets back.
Enough jabber. Let's push on. Maybe this will help. Then again, maybe not.
And it's not even interactable now. On the other hand, we now have a arrowhead, which presumably we can use as a pseudo
Let's see if this works.
screwdriver.
That did it. This wire needs patching up. That won't help.
Do we patch it with our bit of flag?
There's a thought, but this is way too big. No wonder the power's not getting through. This wire's all corroded.
Okay, do we clean it?
That muck's too solidified to wipe off.
Do we cut it off using the arrowhead?
I could try scraping it, but I don't want to risk cutting the wire. There's got to be another way. This wire needs patch.
Okay, nope. Can I throw the arrowhead at the box?
That's not going to help.
No. Can we clean the dirty window now that we've talked him into giving us the flag? No.
I can't see through.
I really thought that we would use this to clean.
Fort Beaumont's parade flag. Look. I can't see. No handle. Looks like it's connected.
And that wire
won't do us any good.
Do you have any other items to give me?
Can we talk?
What's up?
Enough.
You?
Hey,
What about?
Clark's lab is really quite something, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, something unnatural, something perverse. What possessed him to undertake this research is beyond me.
Right?
I mean, we already used that. We used that to get the bottles to do the bottle
Dr.
shooting.
Clark. A good doctor? Must take 8.
Probably beats.
And the correspondence is what hints that we need to power up the machine to open the door.
I can't be.
Nothing of use.
This is where all the.
Maybe we use the flag on the cobwebs? No.
This may have held some.
Then I am bamboozled.
Hey, Phil.
What about?
I don't want to start the
Right.
generator. I want to get the toolbox.
Way too.
Want me to give you?
Nice.
Can I use this as a rope?
That's not going to help. A wooden. I have.
You sure?
Can I cut this rope away and bring it inside? No. There's all this rope that would be oh so useful, but we aren't allowed any of it.
Dios mío. What is this abomination?
Howdy, folks. Interested in learning about Coltit's miracle elixir?
Of course we are, little lady.
Then step on over here.
We used this to clean the thing?
Boy, oh boy, I sure wish I was you.
Beg pardon?
Why, today's your lucky day.
Is that right?
Yes, sirree. You're just in time to experience the travesty of Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir.
The what now?
Oh, dang. I mean, the majesty of Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir. My name is Olivia Coltit, and I'm here to answer all your questions about this evolutionary new medication.
Are you sure you don't mean revolutionary new medication?
That's what I said. So, do you want to hear about it or not?
Fine, I'll bite. Tell me about this miracle elixir.
Glad you asked. From the maker of the widely popular Coltit's emulsified soporific comes Coltit's miracle elixir, the finest, most elective tonic in Vespuccia, guaranteed to treat and cure all illnesses from arthritis to yellow fever. And for a special limited time, we're selling it for the treasonable price of just 5 crowns.
She keeps using wrong words. The treasonable price, the electable elixir.
Sounds pretty miraculous, all right. What's in
At least
this
she's
elixir
consistent.
anyway?
Oh, I don't know. Daddy's the one who makes it. Oh, but I know he gets his secret ingredient from some lady named Ethel. He always talks about her when he makes a new batch.
Okay, it's ethyl something.
5 crowns seems a bit pricey. How about I give you 2 instead?
Sorry, ma'am. Daddy told me not to hackle.
All right, give me a bottle.
All right.
Thanks, ma'am. How about your friends? Want 2 more for them?
We'll share.
Oh, okay. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. And if we're gone by then, well, best of luck to you.
You wouldn't happen to be related to a kid in Rosewater named Jem, would you?
No, ma'am. Far as I know, I'm a lonely child.
Why are you parked in the middle of the desert when there's a town full of potential customers not 2 miles from here?
Oh, I'm just minding the wagon while my daddy's doing his business at the fort. But he told me to stand out here and detract anybody who might come by.
And has anyone else come by?
Oh, sure. Tons of folk. Only one who didn't stop was a feller on horseback. Too bad, 'cause the guy he was hauling looked like he could have used some elixir.
Say, do you know anything about that lab over there?
No, but I did hear a big boom coming from that way. Was that your doing?
No.
Oh, come on, you could tell me. I'm no tattler.
I said no. Now stop asking.
Fine, jeez.
I think I've heard enough for now. We'll just be going.
It was a real pressure.
Can we break into their thing?
Professor Xander Coltit III. Good medicine for good people. I'm sure there's a lesson here about the laws of supply and demand. Special offer. Limited time only. 1 bottle for 5 crowns. Some of these bottles are starting to collect dust. My guess is the primary ailment these folks cure is swollen purses.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, but do we use the ethyl to either clean or fix the wire, the dirty wire? So, the options as far as I'm concerned are...
Professor Xander Coltit III's miracle... I'm sure that's the case if what ails you is sobriety.
No, we can't use it on the window.
Not much left.
And what about the wire? And can we use it on other items in our inventory? No. So...
Let's put some of this elixir to good use.
And now 2 of the 3 work. Yes, we just need a way
No
to
good.
fix
There's
the broken...
some power getting through, but it needs more.
The broken wire.
Looks like something chewed through it.
Could I have the tinfoil hat back? That feels like it would work.
Can we talk?
What's on your...
This place sure is something, isn't it?
I admit, I never gave much credence to all that ethericity business, but seeing all them contraptions and appurtenances, let's just say it's given me a new appreciation for Clark's tenacity.
Any idea how to start up that generator?
Afraid not. These doohickeys ain't quite my bailiwick.
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
Do you know how to do
Hey,
it?
Phil?
What about...
Any idea?
Cloth can sometimes be used to wrap damaged wires for a temporary repair.
I was expecting to need something conductive. And it already said I can't use the cloth, right? I tried using the flag and it said, the flag is too big. You couldn't possibly use the flag.
There's a thought, but this is way too big.
And then I tried cutting the flag with this.
I hope this isn't considered treason.
Now I'm allowed to do it. Ugh. Okay.
That should do it.
Maybe I didn't know I needed 2 enough before, and now I do.
Well, I'll be.
Looks like Phil managed to get the door open.
I wonder if they found anything inside.
I'd say so, yes.
We are up and running.
Impressive.
This technology is amazing. What did this Clark fellow intend to do with such power?
I'm beginning to wonder about that myself.
Nice job getting the lights back on.
Get everything squared with the Otham?
I think so.
They're adequately supplied. They should be well off for some time.
Well, I suppose we should see about...
Hello? Is someone in here?
Damn. Looks like we've attracted some attention.
I come in peace. Please, make yourself known.
Guess we don't have much choice.
Hail!
A missionary?
Goodness, I wasn't expecting so many of you.
And we weren't expecting anybody at all.
Who the heck are you? Not another
Terrific.
one.
Another one of these loons.
You think he's associated with that feller we met outside?
I am Paul Burkhart, emissary of the Luminarians.
The what now?
We are disciples of Dr. Clark, protectors of his artifacts and legacy.
No kidding. So you must know all about him then.
Quite so.
Well, isn't this our lucky day? Can you tell us what you know about him?
If you seek enlightenment, we will be glad to share our wisdom with you. But let us all return to the commune. We must not further defile the sanctity of this place. Come, I am eager to learn about you all.
We're just going to leave, but we only just turned it on.
Welcome to Chrysalis, friends. Feel free to explore, converse with the residents. You'll find we have much to offer. We'll speak again soon.
What an accommodating feller.
This is all very strange. You all might be into this porqueria, but I want no part of it. I am going back to the lab.
Suit yourself. All right, let's see what we can learn about where Clark's stash might be. But let's not overplay our hand, shall we? If anybody asks, our interest is purely academic.
I'm really not a good liar, Mr. Ackerman.
Shoot, nobody's asking you to lie, sugar. Just withhold certain details. We're interested in learning about Clark. That's all there is to it. Come on, Danny. Let's see where our friend's gone off to.
Okay,
I
so
know lying doesn't come natural to some.
Nadine is
For
our new
others,
helper.
it's like breathing. Don't take this amiss, but if you'd like some pointers, sometimes it's good to be able to keep certain things to yourself you don't want everybody and his uncle to know.
Oh. All right.
Above all else, be confident. If you sound like you believe what you're saying, they will too.
You seem to have a lot of experience in these matters.
I think sometimes the truth can do more harm than good. A lie can be a kindness.
Is that really what you believe?
If what someone doesn't know can't hurt them, why shatter their peace? Or bring trouble down on somebody else just for principle?
Dishonesty is disrespect. For others, for God, for oneself. For instance, I would never conceal the truth from a patient, no matter how grim the outlook.
Well, I won't argue with that. A body should know what they're up against. I don't lie to hurt people. Sometimes it's just the only way.
That's good to know, I guess. Your advice is appreciated. I'll just see what I can find out on my own.
Well, this has been pretty alright so far, and it is nice that they have the, your helpers give you hints mechanic. It has the correct you can see all of the interactable objects mechanic. I've liked the art. I'm pretty happy with this, but this will do for this segment of this, so we'll catch more of it later. Those of you here live, who's up and about that we can get behind what they're doing? I guess Marek. So, yoink. We'll throw you all along to Marek. Cheers all, thank you for joining. This is enjoyable enough that I expect this is what we do tomorrow, which is actually today for me now. It's just gone past midnight, but you catch my meaning. Enjoy your time with Marek and his biking and zombie destroying. If you like this, well, stick around tomorrow and we'll find out what becomes of our boxing version of Laura Bow on the Frontier.